Now that he saw Hong Fugue's descendant, he was naturally overjoyed. Now that he saw Hong Fugue's descendant, he was naturally overjoyed. Heavenly King Hongwu, Hong Renchi's eyes widened again. This was also a name he was familiar with. He said with a trembling voice, "Sir, are you really that Mr. Kui? Did you come from Daoju Star?" "We're indeed from Daoju Star." Kui Heng nodded and smiled. "There's no need to be so surprised. Calm down a little." I can't calm down. I actually found the Mr. Kui that Grandpa mentioned. I actually found him," Hong Renchi said excitedly. "My grandmother said that Grandpa has been talking about Mr. Kui for hundreds of years. He even dreamed of seeing you again." Kui Heng fell silent when he heard this. He sighed softly and said, "Fugue is no longer on Taihong Star?" This could be heard from Hong Renchi's words. He had heard his grandfather mention it before, and his grandmother had also mentioned it before. There were very few positive descriptions. This clearly did not sound like someone who was still around. Moreover, with Hong Fugue's personality, it would probably be very difficult for him to stay on Taihong Star. "Yes. Grandpa left Taihong Star 100 years ago." Hong Renchi nodded. "Among the 7 brothers of my generation, only I've seen Grandpa. Even second brother has never met him before." As he spoke, he pointed at Hong Renchi beside him. "The reason why he left is because he knows that he can't fulfill his ideals on Taihong Star, right?" Kui Heng's gaze was deep as he said, "The world is harmonious and equal. In this world with many supernatural beings, it's too difficult for him to do certain things." Hong Renchi's thoughts were sharp, and he immediately sensed something different from Kui Heng's words. He hurriedly explained, "Sir, my maternal great-grandfather didn't restrict Grandpa at all. Grandma and Grandpa's relationship is also very good." In his opinion, although Kui Heng did not say it explicitly just now, he was clearly saying that the environment on Taihong Star was not suitable for his grandfather. As one of the 5 creators of Taihong Star, his great-grandfather could not escape responsibility in this aspect. He probably meant to blame him. If such a supreme existence were to blame him, it would really be a world-shaking calamity. Even the combined strength of the entire Taihong Star might not be able to withstand it. So he hurriedly explained. Kui Heng sized up Hong Renchi with a scrutinizing gaze and nodded with a smile. "Is that so? That's good. What was Fugue's cultivation when he left Taihong Star?" "When Grandpa left, he was already a sage," Hong Renchi replied. "There's no direction?" Kui Heng asked. "No." Hong Renchi shook his head at first, then said, "But it's possible that he just didn't tell us. Perhaps Grandma and great-grandfather know where he went." "All right, I understand." Kui Heng nodded slightly and smiled. "Hui Shi, bring them away and record the situation of Taihong Star in detail." "Yes, sir." Hui Shi nodded and came to Hong Renchi and Hong Renchiu. "Please follow me. You should go too." Kui Heng glanced at Ninth Uncle again. "Thank you, Immortal Venerable." Ninth Uncle hurriedly bowed and left. The pressure of staying here was too great. "Li Cheng," Kui Heng said again. "Get Qingshu to make some preparations in Luling City. I'll meet with Chen Tang and Mingzhen later." He wanted to ask about the Heaven Realm. The Purple Sun Realm claimed to be formed from a Purple Sun Heaven fragment. It had a long history and a deep foundation. It should have some understanding of the Heaven Realm. "Yes, Immortal Venerable." Li Cheng also bowed and left. Kui Heng was the only one left in the reception hall. "Fugue is really good at running." Kui Heng smiled. "Chichi seems to be the same. Could it be that after I arrived at the Purple Sun Realm, I would find that she had gone somewhere else too? Young people are still so energetic." Actually, to him, it did not matter if he could find Hong Fugue and Jiang Chichi. As long as he could hear their news and know that they were still alive and had not suffered much, it was enough. Therefore, be it going to the Heavenly Void World, coming to the Five Views Realm, or going to the Purple Sun Realm and Taihong Star in the future, his core goal was still his own cultivation. He had always taken advantage of the situation to search for Hong Fugue and Jiang Chichi. Of course, if he received news that the 2 of them had been bullied or hunted down, Kui Heng would not be polite. However, His most fundamental goal in going to various places was still to increase his cultivation and breakthrough. After all, this was a high-level Shenxia world. It was very dangerous. Thinking of this, Kui Heng could not help but ask in his heart, "System, is this really a high-level Shenxia space-time dimension? The omnipotent immortal cultivation system will continue to serve you and protect your path to immortality. Greetings, esteemed host. After the examination, we can confirm that this is a high-level immortal warrior space-time. There are countless lives in the universe, immortal kings, and countless ferocious beasts abound. Where are the ferocious beasts and immortal kings? Why haven't I seen them before?" Kui Heng asked. He could be considered someone who had roamed the starry skies of the universe. He had never seen any so-called ferocious beasts, let alone any immortal kings. Even the so-called creator was only barely equivalent to an early-stage nascent soul cultivator. Hello, honorable host. If you encounter a ferocious beast or immortal king, I suggest you immediately hide in the system's grotto heaven world. Otherwise, your situation will be extremely dangerous. If you are not satisfied with your current safety and need better services, you can upgrade the package to optimize the existing functions. You can also buy a value-added expansion package to randomly add more functions. Current package, Omnipotent Immortal Cultivation Package. All-round cultivation package upgrade. Upgrade all existing functions, bringing you a better cultivation service experience and giving you a home-like feeling. Purchasing price, 1 billion points. Purchasing qualification, soul formation. All-round cultivation package expansion package. You can randomly add a new function to the original functions. Purchasing price, 1 billion points. Purchasing qualification, soul formation. Limited to 3 purchases. Warm reminder, the randomly added functions might not meet your requirements. Please purchase them carefully. All-round cultivation package upgrade package. You can add a new function in the specified direction on the basis of the original function. Purchasing price, 10 billion points. Purchasing qualification, return to Void Realm plus sales voucher. All-round cultivation package upgrade package sales voucher. You can obtain part of the qualifications to buy the relevant package. Purchasing price, 1,000,000,000,000,000 points. Purchasing qualification, return to Void Realm. Limited to 1 purchase. This series of upgrade packages, purchase rights, value-added services, and so on really made Kui Heng speechless. After rolling his eyes, he gave the system an order. Exchange for the reading time of the primary grade immortal technique, from beginner to ascension. Then, a small book appeared in his hand. His cultivation level had already reached the peak of the nascent soul realm, and he could begin to pave the way for the soul formation realm. First, he had to figure out how to reach the soul formation realm. After all, this primary grade immortal technique only contained a concept method and no specific technique. He had to figure it out himself. He only knew that he had to nurture spirituality and collect the 7 emotions of all living beings to break through to the nascent soul realm. It was the same for the cultivation of the nascent soul realm. The growth of the nascent soul required understanding of the unknown. However, the way to investigate various secret histories, learn new things, see new environments, and obtain exploration feedback was also developed by him. As expected, after flipping open the primary grade immortal technique, Kui Heng obtained a short concept method again. When a nascent soul grows up, it's like a human learning and gaining a deeper understanding of this world. But understanding does not mean mastering. Only by applying the knowledge you've gained into practice and changing the current situation of the world can you knock open the door to the soul formation realm. Use what he'd learned to change the current situation of the world. Kui Heng was confused. This was even more vague than nurturing spirituality to explore the unknown. What was a change? What degree of change was needed? Changing the current situation of the world was too broad a description. Changing the current situation of the world was too broad a description. Destroying planets, slaughtering galaxies, and killing all the worlds in the universe. Was this considered a change in the current situation? If he implemented all kinds of policies in the myriad worlds, and stirred up subversive social reforms in the endless starry skies, completely breaking through the current social structure and establishing a unified organization. Was this also considered a change in the current situation? 1. If he preached to the myriad worlds and replaced the original cultivation method, was this considered a change in the current situation? Using a divine power to turn all the humans in the universe into animals, turning animals into humans, or turning men into women, and then turning women into men seemed to be a change in the current situation. He could also enlighten all living beings, let countless star gods occupy the starry skies, or create more 9 fire flame dragons, and let the myriad worlds be occupied by the living beings he created. All kinds of operations seemed to fit the description of changing the current situation. Moreover, these actions could be found from his past understanding and the knowledge he had obtained. He was indeed practicing the knowledge he knew. If these paths can all reach the soul formation realm in the end, then the path of the immortals, Buddhas, and godfiends can all be achieved with a thought. Kui Heng sighed slightly in his heart. He felt that he had only just begun on the path of cultivation. There were still too many unknown mysteries ahead. Moreover, for a moment, he could tell if his guesses would work, let alone decide what was the most suitable choice for him. 1. He did not even know how to verify if a certain method would work. First of all, I have to examine the state of my nascent soul more and try to see if some actions will cause the state of my nascent soul to change. Kui Heng thought to himself, I wonder if there will be any specific instructions after upgrading the package. This primary grade immortal technique was too simple. There was only one concept path, and it was really difficult to find the path to the soul formation realm with it. However, there's a prerequisite for making a change in this world. I have to understand the current situation of this world well first. The more I understand, the more directions I can choose. Kui Heng suddenly understood something and thought to himself, perhaps this is also one of the reasons why the cultivation method of the nascent soul realm is mainly to explore the unknown. The entire nascent soul realm is actually laying the foundation for the soul formation realm. This is a good opportunity to ask Chen Tang and Mingzhen about the situation. Chen Tang and Mingzhen were already in despair. As sage kings, they had never been so aggrieved. They were actually restricted to a small courtyard. At this moment, their immortal Tao hearts and physical strength were completely sealed, and their condition was almost the same as ordinary mortal martial artists. If they escaped, the Li family's servants could capture them back. The two of them could not even discuss how to escape because they could not soundproof themselves and could only speak normally. Even the smallest voice would be heard by the servants guarding this place. It was impossible to do anything secret. At this moment, Chen Tang and Mingzhen no longer had the aura of sage kings. They only sat in the courtyard every day, waiting for their punishment. They were like zombies. However, just now, they received news that they did not know if it was good or bad. Immortal Venerable Kui, who had suppressed them, would return soon. And he asked to meet them. This might be their only chance to live, or their last struggle before death. Senior brother, what should we do? Mingzhen looked at Chen Tang helplessly. I don't know. Chen Tang shook his head and sighed. Who would have thought that there would be such an existence among the starry skies of the myriad worlds? It's too ridiculous. The strength Kui Heng displayed had completely exceeded their understanding. Not to mention a seventh realm creator, even the existences recorded in ancient books that were stronger than a creator were probably far inferior. Why did such a monster appear here? Could it be? Mingzhen hesitated and pointed at the sky above. Impossible. Chen Tang shook his head and said, the heavens have been in chaos for so many years. How can the people of the heaven realm still exist? If there's really someone in the heaven realm, it's impossible for things to be like this. 7,000 years ago, when the 9 heavens cloud realm was destroyed, weren't there already people who suspected it? Mingzhen still insisted and said in a low voice, perhaps it was done by the people from the heaven realm? So what if his from the heaven realm? Chen Tang frowned. Will he let us off because of this? Senior brother. Mingzhen patted his thigh and said, have you forgotten? I told you before that this supreme existence doesn't seem to know much about the myriad worlds and endless starry skies. Previously, He even said that he wanted me to bring him to the Purple Sun realm to find the ancient books of our Calamity Star Fortune Pavilion. He doesn't even know about the destruction of the Purple Sun Heaven. This is very ridiculous. The collapse of the Purple Sun Heaven is a major event that shook the myriad worlds. As long as it's a creator, it's impossible for them not to know about Zhu Juntian back then. In my opinion, this is very likely a big shot who has been sleeping for countless years and has just woken up. Therefore, he urgently needs to understand the current situation of the myriad worlds. He's probably also searching for a way to return to the Heaven realm. However, the door of heaven has long been closed, and the Heaven Ascension golden platform on Tianmen Star has been destroyed. It's too difficult to find clues about the Heaven realm. This is also where our value comes into play. Although our Calamity Star Fortune Pavilion doesn't know much about the situation in the Heaven realm, we can lead the way for him. We can bring him to Purple Sun Stat and find those ancient immortal sects to help him investigate. Junior brother, he'd already restored Tianmen Star. Chen Tang suddenly interrupted Mingzhen. This matter was too bizarre and terrifying, so I didn't tell you earlier. What? Mingzhen was stunned. What restoration? It's just that Tianmen Star seems to have experienced a reversal of time and returned to its original state 400 years ago, Chen Tang said in a low voice. The Heaven Ascension golden platform has naturally recovered. Turning back time and restoring the Heaven Ascension golden platform? How is this possible? Mingzhen's eyes widened in shock. Senior brother, are you sure? What do you think? Chen Tang said indifferently. Mingzhen fell silent for a moment, but then he became excited and smiled. Doesn't this prove that he wants to investigate information about the Heaven realm? We're saved. Chen Tang was stunned when he heard this. After thinking for a moment, he nodded and said, that seems to be the case. Whether you can be saved or not depends on your cooperation. At this moment, Kui Heng's voice came from outside. Tell me about the so-called Heaven realm. As soon as he finished speaking, Kui Heng had already arrived at the courtyard. Pei Qingshu and Li Heng followed behind him. I was just about to explain it to Immortal Venerable, Mingzhen hurriedly said. He had just mentioned this topic to Chen Tang to attract attention so that he could show his value and survive. Speak. Kui Heng nodded slightly. Yes, Immortal Venerable. Mingzhen hurriedly nodded and said respectfully, the full name of the Heaven realm is Worlds Command Central. The so-called myriad worlds now are divided by the Heaven realm from a long time ago. Legend has it that in that era, as long as one became a creator and comprehended the mysteries of the heavenly Tao, they could ascend to the Heaven realm through the door of heaven and become an undying heavenly god. They even had a chance to be appointed as the Lord of a heaven and rule a heavenly domain. However, later on, the Heaven realm seemed to have suddenly disappeared. The door to the Heaven realm closed, and no one descended to the lower realms anymore. No one in the myriad worlds received the decree of the Heaven realm anymore. From then on, the myriad worlds entered a state of chaos. The myriad worlds no longer had a unified manager and gradually became independent. In the end, they formed this current state. That's all. Kui Heng frowned slightly. This information was too little. He might as well not have heard it. Most of it was what he had guessed before, such as the fact that the myriad worlds were artificially divided. Also, Mingzhen racked his brains and hurriedly added, it said that after the heavenly realm disappeared, a portion of the Lords of the Heavens obtained the Supreme Heaven realm's secret treasure and obtained unbelievable power. Perhaps they have the ability to reopen the door to the Heaven realm. Lord of the Heavens, reopen the gate of heaven. Kui Heng's eyes narrowed slightly. He thought of the situation with Taihong Star. At that time, a door of heaven had suddenly opened and sucked Taihong Star in. Was this related to the so-called Heaven realm secret treasure? Moreover, according to the sages of Taihong Star, the scene behind Door of Heaven was boundless and empty. It clearly did not look like a complete world. What was going on? As his nascent soul cultivation increased, more doubts appeared in his mind. At the same time, he wondered if letting the Heaven realm reappear could also be considered as changing the current situation of this world. However, this information was still too little. Hence, Kui Heng asked again, other than these? This, Mingzhen's expression was a little bitter. Immortal Venerable, as you know, our Calamity Star Fortune Pavilion doesn't have many inheritances, nor do we have a creator. Our understanding of these ancient secrets is indeed limited. But don't worry, we can lead the way for you. The few immortal sects on Purple Sun Star still have a lot of Purple Sun Heaven's inheritance. They surely know more information. You'll definitely be satisfied. All right. Kui Heng nodded and turned to walk out. When we go to the Purple Sun Realm, I'll call you. Before that, stay here. Thank you, Immortal Venerable, thank you. Mingzhen and Chen Tang hurriedly bowed. After leaving the courtyard, Pei Qingshu could not help but ask Kui Heng, Master, are you really planning to let these two live? He had seen Kui Heng restore Tianmen Star and knew that it was Mingzhen who had created the tragedy of the destruction of Tianmen Star. Kui Heng shook his head and chuckled. When did I say that I would let them live? Ah! Pei Qingshu was stunned at first, but then he thought carefully and suddenly understood. He smiled and said, Master, you really didn't mention it. All right, let's not talk about this for now. Kui Heng waved his hand and changed the topic. Qingshu, I'm going to do an experiment next. Follow me. Kui Heng brought Pei Qingshu to Luling City. Kui Heng brought Pei Qingshu to Luling City. This large city had already changed a lot from when they first came 30 years ago. It was no longer as chaotic and free as before. It could barely be considered a peaceful place to live and work. Kui Heng looked at the people coming and going on the streets in an orderly manner and smiled. Qingshu, do you still remember what you said about the people here more than 30 years ago? I remember. Pei Qingshu nodded and looked around. 30 years ago, I said that the people here are more beast-like than human. They're just a group of high-level monkeys. In the past, other than the aristocratic families, there were no rules in Luling City. There was too much freedom and the people became beastly. However, after 30 years of governance by Brother Li, it's much better now. 30 years ago, Li Quan had retired from the position of the head of the Li family in Luling City and was replaced by Li Cheng. Li Cheng changed the previous attitude of the aristocratic families not caring about the people in the city and began to govern the city properly. He opened schools, taught martial arts, and taught the people so that they could see hope for advancement. This was why Luling City looked like this now. But this is still a city after all, Kui Heng said meaningfully. The ordinary people on Chongyang Planet still don't see any hope. As long as they're not the descendants of large families, there's a high chance that they'll sink forever. Master, you mean, Pei Qingshu understood Kui Heng's meaning after thinking for a moment. You want to open up and educate the people on the entire Chongyang Star and pass them martial techniques? That's right. Kui Heng nodded and said, I'll impart the martial Dao true body cultivation technique you cultivate to give all ordinary people hope. At the same time, I'll reveal the truth of the immortal true essence cultivation technique. Pei Qingshu's martial Dao true body technique had a special characteristic. That was that the requirements for one's aptitude were not high, and they did not need to rely on a lot of resources. The only thing he needed was for them to be willing to fight without restraint and be bold enough to fight. As long as they cultivated to the chi-sensing realm, they would have a physical recovery ability that far exceeded that of martial artists of the same level. Even if they were beaten half to death, they could recover most of their strength and increase their strength greatly. This was undoubtedly the most suitable martial technique for ordinary people to cultivate. Even the poorest families could cultivate it. Master, are you asking me to be the ancestor of the martial Dao true body? Pei Qingshu said excitedly. As a martial artist who had walked a new path, he naturally wanted to pass down his legacy. However, he could not do this before obtaining Kui Heng's permission. After all, the reason why this path could be completed was mainly because of Kui Heng's help. Of course. Kui Heng smiled and said, you walked out of the beginning of this path yourself. If I don't let you teach the technique, who else will? As long as you're willing, just do it. Yes, Master. Pei Qingshu cupped his hands in excitement, but then he had some concerns. Master, the martial Dao true body technique places great importance on battle. The core of cultivation is battle. If this cultivation method spreads, Will it cause the entire Chongyang Star to fall into an endless battle and make the lives of the people inferior to the present? That's indeed a problem. Kui Heng nodded and smiled. Do you have any solutions? This was a question that he had deliberately left out. The goal was to let Pei Qingshu think for himself and quickly enter the role of a leader governing the world. I have some thoughts, Pei Qingshu said in a low voice. Master, the martial Dao true body technique does need to be cultivated by fighting constantly, but not all battles will affect the people's livelihood. From the scope of Chongyang Star, only chaotic and casual battles will affect the people's livelihood. Orderly battle will not affect it. In order to let these aggressive martial artists carry out orderly battles, the first thing is to formulate the relevant laws of a martial arts competition and implement them through a powerful administrative government. This way, as long as the administrative government is powerful enough, the martial artists will not dare to violate the rules. They can only fight according to the venues stipulated by the law and not overly disturb the people's livelihood. What if it's a heaven immortal or even a mystic deity martial artist who violated the rules? Kui Heng asked with a smile. It's impossible for the power of the government to increase indefinitely. Master, please guide me, Pei Qingshu said respectfully. Actually, your train of thought is right. Kui Heng first confirmed Pei Qingshu's thoughts and nodded. Establish an administrative government. Through powerful restrictions, martial artists will not dare to disturb the people's livelihood. Then, he changed the topic and said, however, it's obviously impossible to restrict all the martial artists on Chongyang with just the power of the administrative government. Therefore, I will help you do this restriction well. However, what you have to build is not only the country's laws, but also the relevant laws and principles that restrict martial artists from fighting casually. For example, directly creating rules on the level of nomological laws. As long as it's within a certain range of the city, martial artists can't use too much power. In that case, to ordinary people, the city is an absolute safety zone. As long as they stay in the city, they don't have to worry about dying in the aftermath of a battle between powerful martial artists. We can also set up the main roads along the way like this. We can limit the beasts around the roads from stepping onto the roads to prevent the people from being on tenterhooks while traveling. At the same time, we can strengthen the country's rule over the local areas. Pei Qingshu's eyes were already wide open. He looked at Kui Heng in shock and said, Master, you mean to directly set the nomological laws to restrict martial artists from fighting? Could this still be done? This was the nomological laws that concerned whether a planet could operate normally. It could also be directly set. Of course. Kui Heng nodded and said with a smile, actually, I still have some other thoughts, but it won't be too late to talk about them after you build this framework. The law and order spell could be used to do many things. There were many interesting ways to play with it. It could be used to try and see if it could change the current situation of this world. Thank you, Master. Pei Qingshu bowed respectfully. With Master setting the rules, I can do whatever I want. I definitely won't disappoint Master. Go on then. Kui Heng waved his hand and smiled. Pei Qingshu acted decisively. Not long after his conversation with Kui Heng ended, he took action. Half a month later, after Pei Qingshu made some basic preparations, he directly announced that he would step down as the sect master of the Nine Deaths Heavenly Sect. At the same time, he announced that he wanted to establish a country that included all the towns and villages on Chongyang Star. At the same time, Luling City, the Nine Deaths Heavenly Sect, the Plague Imperial Palace, and the Netherworld Sacred Sect announced their support for King Linjiang and willingly submitted to him, obeying his orders. For a moment, the world was shocked. The entire Five Views realm's attention was focused on Chongyang Star. From time to time, sages would come over to investigate the situation or pay their respects to Pei Qingshu. Now that there were more than 500 sages in the Five Views realm, it meant that at least dozens of sages would come to Chongyang Star every day, greatly distracting Pei Qingshu. He had not expected this situation. In the end, he could only give the order to temporarily close the external passage to Chongyang Star. Whoever wanted to come to Chongyang Star had to first send the visitation card to King Linjiang Mansion and obtain approval before they could enter Chongyang Star. This action naturally caused many sages to be dissatisfied, But no one openly offended Pei Qingshu. They could only secretly say that Pei Qingshu's move would definitely fail. After all, Pei Qingshu had an unbelievably powerful figure backing him. To be able to take out hundreds of myriad techniques returned to one pill, offending such a person was simply courting death. Due to the power that Pei Qingshu had accumulated previously, coupled with the Li family and the other two immortal sects, the process of unifying Chongyang Star was extremely smooth. It only took a year. This was because the territory was too big. Otherwise, it would have been completed long ago. After completing the unification, Pei Qingshu officially became the emperor. The country's name was Wu, and it was established in Luling capital. Pei Qingshu became the founding emperor of the Wu dynasty. At the same time, he began to divide the various administrative regions and set up an official system. At this point, the entire process did not attract much attention from the ordinary people. To the people, this was just changing the person who ruled them from an aristocratic family to an official sent by the imperial court. They had yet to sense the difference. However, as the first decree of the Wu dynasty was issued, all the commoners could not sit still anymore. Enlighten education and teach martial arts. Anyone who is at least 7 years old, regardless of gender, wealth, or status, can register at the local office to learn martial arts. This sudden decree stunned all the ordinary people on Chongyang Star. Especially after learning that the martial techniques taught by the government actually pointed a path to the realms of limitless golden immortal, countless heaven immortals and mystic deities were alarmed. Since ancient times, martial arts had been controlled by large aristocratic families and sects. Ordinary people would be considered lucky if they could learn some mediocre martial arts. They did not even dare to think about becoming an immortal or a sage. Now, the government was actually going to teach such a divine technique. It was simply unbelievable. However, another piece of extremely explosive news quickly appeared, causing all the immortal world martial artists on Chongyang Star to fall into shock. The martial techniques taught by the government could allow one to become a golden immortal without the immortal true essence. And it was even stronger than the orthodox path. They even openly declared that the cultivation method with the immortal true essence as the core was wrong. Moreover, news of this quickly spread outside Chongyang Star. The Five Views realm, as well as the realms and starry skies that frequently interacted with the Five Views realm, also learned about it. This was definitely an earth-shattering matter. This was equivalent to subverting the cultivation method in the myriad worlds. This meant that all the golden immortals and sages had cultivated wrongly. Countless golden immortals, limitless golden immortals, and sages came when they heard the news, but they were all blocked outside Chongyang Star, unable to enter. Inside Chongyang Star, there were all kinds of opinions on how to deal with this problem. The newly established Wu dynasty immediately became a storm. Kui Heng, who had personally created all of this, sat on the clouds. His eyes were slightly closed as he sat cross-legged and looked into his purple mansion, paying attention to the changes in his nascent soul. Actually, after Pei Qingshu put his plans into motion, Kui Heng's nascent soul had not changed much. However, with the establishment of the Wu dynasty, the establishment of the local administrative divisions, the education of the people, and the promulgation of political decrees and martial arts, he finally began to receive feedback. At this moment, the nascent soul floating in the Purple Mansion Golden Hall finally underwent some changes. Wisps of purple chi appeared around the nascent soul. Kui Heng could see the various lights and shadows of Chongyang Star in the purple chi. They contained the power of civilization change, as well as the thoughts and fates of all living beings. This purple chi wrapped around the nascent soul, but it did not interact with the nascent soul, nor did it affect it. What's going on? Kui Heng was a little puzzled. When this purple chi that contained the power of civilization change, the thoughts of all living beings, and the changes in fate appeared in his purple mansion, he thought that his experiment had succeeded. It was indeed possible to obtain feedback by carrying out a huge social reform on Chongyang Star and changing the fate and life of most people. However, after receiving the feedback, it did not bring any improvement to the nascent soul. This was not normal. Will it only improve after I fully complete the cultivation of the peak nascent soul realm? Kui Heng fell into deep thought and thought to himself, or am I missing some aspects of cultivation or understanding? Thinking of this, he began to carefully examine the purple chi. Then, he realized that it seemed to be difficult for him to have a clear definition of the purple chi and describe it accurately. This was indeed purple chi that had condensed the power of transformation. However, he knew nothing about the effects of this transformation power, what kind of effects it could bring, or how it was used as the foundation for reaching the soul formation realm. Just this kind of transformation power can allow a nascent soul cultivator to advance to the soul formation realm? Kui Heng frowned and pondered. He thought to himself, what is a soul formation cultivator and what is a god? This is a transformative power that came about from change in the society and the fate and thoughts of all living beings. If it's another type of change, will there be other types of changing forces? What's different about them? For a moment, a lot of doubts appeared in his mind. At this moment, Kui Heng really wished that a teacher could stand in front of him and answer his questions about cultivation, or that there was a Tao companion of the same realm who could discuss these problems with him and how to solve them. There was no guide ahead, nor was there anyone accompanying him. This cultivation state was really filled with difficulties and loneliness. It was too difficult. He might as well stop and enjoy his long life. After all, a peak nascent soul cultivator had already achieved true immortality. As long as they did not encounter an existence at the void refinement realm, they could be said to be immortal. There was no need to continue walking on this fog-filled path. Moreover, even if he was only at the peak of the nascent soul realm, it was enough for him to be known throughout the myriad worlds. What was the point of continuing forward? That thought again, Kui Heng suddenly woke up and realized that there was a thin layer of sweat on his forehead. His expression changed as he said in surprise, I actually had this thought of stopping here and not walking forward anymore. I've never had this thought before Euro. The last time this thought appeared was when he had just broken through to the peak of the nascent soul realm. At that time, he suspected that there might be a special threshold after breaking through to the peak of the nascent soul realm. He wanted to see if there was a relevant explanation in the primary grade immortal technique. However, the primary grade immortal technique was as concise as ever. There was no relevant information. Unexpectedly, when he was thinking about how to break through to the soul formation realm, this thought actually appeared again. The first time, he could still reason that he had just broken through to the peak of the nascent soul realm and his mental state was not very stable, so he was affected a little. This time, Kui Heng felt that there might really be some problems. What gave me the thought of retreating? Kui Heng frowned, but he was puzzled. He knew very well that it was impossible for him to stop moving forward. This world was filled with immortal kings and ferocious beasts. A mere peak nascent soul cultivator dared to be so arrogant. He might die for no reason at any time. Is it the restriction of the natural laws of heaven and earth, or is it a threshold of the mental state that I have to pass after reaching the great Tao? Speculations flashed through Kui Heng's mind. At this moment, he also understood that the soul formation realm was clearly not as easy as the previous realms. It was not something that could be broken through just by exploring the cultivation method and cultivating step by step. Kui Heng calmed himself down and thought to himself, the feedback from the changes now is just an attempt. It can't be considered as finding the path to the soul formation realm. I have to experiment more and explore more. However, I should still see if there will be any other changes on Chongyang Star next and if the subsequent changes can bring me other forms of feedback Euro. Thinking of this, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. He stopped thinking and looked down. Countless cities were scattered around, and living beings were like ants. This made Kui Heng suddenly understand something. He muttered, has my cultivation caused me to feel too high and mighty recently? I clearly haven't become an immortal yet, but I'm already a little detached from the mortal world. Is it because I've been called exalted immortal and immortal venerable too many times? Has my central principle changed? After this, I'll take a walk in this world and see what the ordinary people of this new era are like. Perhaps I can obtain some inspiration from them. After this, I'll take a walk in this world and see what the ordinary people of this new era are like. Perhaps I can obtain some inspiration from them. Time passed like water. In the blink of an eye, 10 years passed. In the past 10 years, the martial Tao true body technique had already spread widely. Some of the more talented practitioners had already cultivated to the Xiantian realm and began to roam the world. Of course, these martial artists were all beginners in the martial Tao true body technique. In fact, there were already martial artists who had stepped into the Deva realm. This was because the cultivation method of the martial Tao true body and the old cultivation method were only different before the Deva realm. The previous realms could be interconnected, and there were no obstacles in switching the cultivation method. 1. However, as long as a martial artist had already relied on the old martial cultivation method to become a Deva, they could not switch to cultivating the martial Tao true body unless they crippled their current martial cultivation and regressed to the earth immortal realm. Gradually, the difference between the so-called new martial artists and old martial artists was formed. This situation had a huge impact on old martial artists. Firstly, due to the fame and status brought about by their previous martial arts achievements, their hearts began to gradually fade or even collapse under the impact of the new martial artists. Indeed, there were many heaven immortals, heaven monarchs, mystic deities, golden immortals, and limitless golden immortals among the old martial artists. They were still the strongest group of people on Chongyang Star. In theory, as long as their strength was present, their status should not be affected. But in reality, that was not the case. This was because the strongest group of old martial artists, the sages, limitless golden immortals, and golden immortals alone, accounted for more than 70% of the population of the three immortal sects. This group of experts were the founding fathers who established the Wu dynasty and came from the immortal sects. Their reputation and status would not be affected at all. The ones who were really affected were the medium and large forces that did not participate in the establishment of the Wu dynasty. There were not many top figures in these forces. Even added up, they only accounted for 30% of the total. However, the third realm of the immortal world, which was the Deva realm, heaven immortal realm, and heaven monarch realm, accounted for a huge majority of people. The first conflict between the new martial artists and the old martial artists was at the Deva realm, the third realm of the immortal world. Hence, many Devas were greatly affected. Their original identities, status, and even interests in various aspects began to be affected by the new martial artists. After 10 years, this conflict had already intensified. Yang Buchuan was an old martial artist. The huge changes in society had a huge impact on his life. He came from a humble background, and his parents were only ordinary people. Moreover, they did not have a stable career. They wandered around lazily all day and finally died in an accident when he was 10 years old. Yang Buchuan, who had become an orphan, could only beg for a living. Later on, he accidentally obtained a martial technique manual from the corpse of an old beggar that could allow him to cultivate to the Xiantian realm. It was as if he had obtained a treasure trove and he studied it diligently alone. However, because he lacked the guidance of his teachers and basic martial arts knowledge, not only did he not manage to master the martial technique, he even crippled his right hand. In the end, Yang Buchuan could only offer this manual to the head of a dojo and ask him to treat his injuries and take him in as an apprentice. Fortunately, the dojo master was quite righteous. After accepting the manual, he really kept his promise to help him treat his injuries and even let him stay in the dojo to study. Yang Buchuan finally officially stepped onto the path of martial cultivation. However, the good times did not last long. In just 3 years, the enemy of the dojo master came knocking on his door. The entire dojo was destroyed. Yang Buchuan only managed to escape because he was shopping outside. Next, he began his life as a wandering cultivator. He was a bandit, a horsekeeper, a hired thug, and a companion of wild beasts in the mountains. Yang Buchuan, who had not even reached the Xiantian realm after spending half his life, finally jumped off a cliff when he was chased down by his enemies. He only wanted to die. Unexpectedly, he fell into a cave at the bottom of the cliff and found a few spiritual fruits and a martial technique manual. From then on, Yang Buchuan's luck changed. He successfully became a human immortal at the age of 100 and reached the Earth immortal realm 100 years later. Originally, with his aptitude, he had no chance of becoming a deva. However, he was lucky enough to encounter Kui Heng's breakthrough phenomena and directly went from an earth immortal to a heaven immortal. Even on Chongyang Star, a heaven immortal could be considered a mighty figure. At the very least, he could be the leader of some organizations in a large city and be considered a reputable person. Next, Yang Buchuan opened a dojo and prepared to make a living from it. The reputation of a heaven immortal was quite useful. Many people came because of his reputation, and the dojo was very popular. Unfortunately, the good times did not last. A grand change began. The Wu dynasty was established. Next was the appearance of a new martial path. Almost overnight, all the students in the dojo ran away. Especially after it was exposed that old martial artists above the Deva realm could not switch to cultivating the new martial path, even his personal disciples left him one after another. Just yesterday, Yang Buchuan's only remaining personal disciple had also bade him farewell and left. In the end, he was the only one left in the huge dojo. Sigh. Yang Buchuan sighed softly and closed the door of the dojo. He turned around and looked at the empty hall. The scene of the apprentices practicing martial arts here in the past was still fresh in his mind. He slowly walked through the hall and arrived at the backyard. Ignoring the sand and gravel on the ground, he lay on the ground and looked up at the night sky. He stretched out his palm and grabbed, but he only grabbed empty air. In the end, it was all for nothing. Even my heaven immortal cultivation was all for naught in the new era. Yang Buchuan muttered, I know that such a great social change is a good thing for most ordinary martial artists like me. It's a huge blessing. But I feel so wretched. Sigh. As an ordinary martial artist, it was almost impossible for him to obtain a martial technique that allowed him to step into the mystic deity realm. As a heaven immortal, he also wanted to switch to cultivating the new martial technique. But to cripple his heaven immortal cultivation and return to the earth immortal realm before switching to the new cultivation technique and starting again, Yang Buchuan knew his limits. If he really did that, there was a high chance that he would never be able to return to the Deva realm. He might as well just remain like this. Perhaps, I should have lived out my life as an ordinary person. Yang Buchuan looked back at his life and realized that it was really meaningless after having achieved nothing in the end. Especially in this new era, there was no longer a place for him. What should I do next? How should I live? Yang Buchuan felt that his life was completely worthless now. His family had long passed away, and his apprentices and disciples had also left him one after another under the trend of the new era. He was completely alone. An unprecedented sense of confusion surged in his heart, actually making a heaven immortal like him feel a little suffocated. Thud. Thud. At this moment, Yang Buchuan suddenly heard a sound from the hall. It seemed like someone was knocking on the door. He sat up from the ground and looked in the direction of the hall in shock. Then, he looked up at the night and muttered to himself in confusion, who else will come to look for me, especially at this time? However, although he was puzzled, this knock on the door was like awakening the last bit of hope in the depths of his heart. Yang Buchuan stood up and walked over to open the door of the dojo. You are. Yang Buchuan looked at the young man standing in front of his dojo in confusion. This was a young man who looked to be about 20 years old. He had a handsome appearance, gentle facial features, deep eyes, and a faint smile on his face, giving off a gentle feeling. Yang Buchuan carefully recalled his 200 years of life and confirmed that he had never seen this person. Who was he? Are you Yang Buchuan? The young man asked with a smile. His voice was gentle and pleasant, giving off a feeling like a spring breeze. Yes, I'm Yang Buchuan. Yang Buchuan hurriedly nodded. He instinctively felt that this young man was extraordinary, but he was still confused. He asked curiously, Are you here to look for me? That's right. The young man nodded slightly and smiled. Aren't you going to let me in to talk? Kui Heng had been walking the mortal world for a while. This was the 10th year. In these 10 years, he did not use any dharmic powers or divine powers. He walked around like an ordinary person. He had seen many people and encountered many things. He tried to find answers in the lives of ordinary people. What was he missing? Why was it that the feedback obtained after changing the situation of this world could not improve his nascent soul? And in the process, he gradually understood what he was missing. A goal. Indeed, Kui Heng had clearly designed the future situation of Chongyang Star and told Pei Qingshu to change the direction of the lives of the people. However, this change was only a spur-of-the-moment idea. Moreover, this was not the world he really wanted. It was just an experiment. In short, if he wanted to increase his realm using the transformative feedback he received from the world's current situation, he had to let this transformation develop to a state of the world he wanted. He could not make changes aimlessly. He had to have a clear final goal. He had to make the act of changing related to himself. Only then could the purple chi produced by the feedback interact with his nascent soul and promote the improvement of his realm. When he changed this world into the state he wanted, he could establish the foundation of the soul formation realm and completely break through the shackles of his current realm to reach the soul formation realm. However, after understanding this, another question appeared in front of Kui Heng. What kind of state did he want the world to be in? Or rather, what did the path he wanted to walk look like? At the same time, he understood what the passage applying the knowledge you've gained into practice and changing the current situation of the world in the primary grade immortal technique meant. Actually, it meant constructing a world according to his past understanding and knowledge. Then, Kui Heng realized that he did not know what kind of world he wanted, let alone what kind of path he wanted to take. In this aspect, he might not be as good as Hong Fuguei. At the very least, Hong Fuguei had already determined his goal from the beginning and knew what kind of world he wanted. The practice of great harmony of all things under the heavens. But what about me? What kind of world do I want? Kui Heng had asked himself this countless times. In the process of asking himself questions again and again, Kui Heng kept recalling the past hundreds of years of his life, the stable life on Earth, the relaxed and comfortable life in the beginner's space. In the end, he confirmed one thing. The state of the world he wanted definitely included one thing. Safety. It must be safe. It was definitely difficult to avoid unexpected danger, but one should not have to worry about being killed every day. That could be said to be a safe world. From this point of view, as long as the changes to this world could make the people living in it feel safer, it matched the direction of his goal. And what was the premise of safety? It was a powerful and stable order. Simply put, the world state that Kui Heng wanted was a safe world with stable order. And this was what the Wu dynasty was doing. The nomological laws restricted private battles between martial artists and prohibited martial artists from harming ordinary people at will. It greatly increased the safety of ordinary people. Hence, after Kui Heng understood this, the purple chi that was originally wrapped around the nascent soul suddenly moved. Most of the purple chi directly sublimated into balls of purple gold divine light and fused into his nascent soul, increasing the essence of his dharmic powers and giving his dharmic powers a special effect. It could make the great Tao laws within the range of his dharmic powers more stable, orderly, and less easily destroyed. This effect clearly came from the path he wanted to take. In this way, the road ahead was clear. As long as he followed this path, if nothing unexpected happened, he could rely on establishing a world with stable order to reach the soul formation realm. However, Kui Heng clearly felt that pure safety was not what he wanted. Or rather, he wanted more than just safety. Although a world with a stable order was safe, it was also suffocating and lifeless. There was definitely something missing and lacking. As for what was missing and what was lacking, he had yet to think of it. However, before the purple chi that symbolizes the changes in the thoughts and fate of all living beings in the Purple Mansion Golden Hall turned into divine light, he planned to investigate from this aspect and see if he could find any clues. Gradually, he realized that many martial artists from the old era had lost their original positions in this new era. They had become dispirited and even despaired. Yang Buchuan was a typical example. Kui Heng heard about it from a disciple who had left Yang Buchuan, so he came over to talk to him. Yes, please come in. Yang Buchuan welcomed Kui Heng in happily and hurriedly went to make tea. At the same time, he asked with a smile, "How should I address you?" Although he did not know Kui Heng or his identity, he felt that there was nothing about him worth scheming against. Moreover, It had been a long time since anyone came to look for him. At such a bitter time, it was good to have someone to talk to. Hence, he did not ask much and welcomed Kui Heng in. My surname is Kui. Kui Heng nodded slightly. He looked around and smiled. Your dojo is very big. So it's Brother Kui. Yang Buchuan walked over with a tea stove and invited Kui Heng to sit on the meditation cushion. He sighed and said, back then, I was ambitious when developing the dojo, so I built it a little bigger. I didn't expect it to become like this. It's because of the spread of the new martial path, right? Kui Heng looked at the tea stove and the charcoal inside. The changes of the world are like a raging fire, blazing and bright, illuminating the path ahead, but it's inevitable that some people will become charcoal. Yang Buchuan's body trembled slightly when he heard this. He looked at Kui Heng in surprise and frowned. Brother Kui, what are you trying to say? Don't expect me to say anything bad about the Wu dynasty. I don't have any intention of probing you. Kui Heng shook his head gently and smiled. I just want to ask you, what do you think of the current Wu dynasty and your current self? How can a muddle-headed cripple like me be worthy of answering such a question? Yang Buchuan shook his head repeatedly, but when he saw Kui Heng's gaze, he fell silent again. After a long while, he sighed deeply and said, actually, I'm not dissatisfied with the current Wu dynasty. Whether you believe it or not, this is the truth. I've experienced the chaotic times of the past. The people who begged together today might die on the streets tomorrow for no reason. Those who were kind to others might also be killed for no reason. In those times, Chongyang Star was chaotic and dangerous. After the Wu dynasty was established, there were laws in the world. With powerful law enforcers maintaining order, it became much safer. The spread of the new martial path has also given more ordinary people a chance to change their fate. This is a great thing. To be honest, I still like this era very much. Sigh. Brother Kui, perhaps you're right. The world is changing, and flames are burning. There will always be people who are destined to become charcoal and burn themselves to illuminate this era. Old martial artists like us are like this charcoal. But sometimes, the charcoal can't help but wonder if the blazing flames can give us a chance as well. Can it not lock us in the furnace like this? Can it give us a chance to change ourselves? Can it not throw us into the tea stove without asking anything? Gradually, Yang Buchuan became agitated. He even stood up to vent his emotions. Kui Heng sat opposite Yang Buchuan and listened quietly. Hearing him question, hearing him roar, hearing him cry, hearing him lament and finally, turn everything into a sigh. I seem to understand what I'm missing. After the Wu dynasty was established, Yang Buchuan was not alone in feeling left out amidst the process of implementing a new martial path. After the Wu dynasty was established, Yang Buchuan was not alone in feeling left out amidst the process of implementing a new martial path. A large number of devas, heaven immortals, and heaven monarchs had lost their direction and chance to participate in the transformation. This would undoubtedly become a huge unstable factor. However, these people did not do anything wrong. Instead, under the cleansing of the current era, their original fate had been changed and they had landed in a tragic situation. In other words, they were lacking positions in the new era. This was a loophole. In short, he had missed them when he was changing the situation of the world. While making the world more orderly and safe, how to deal with the people left behind from the old era but unable to adapt to the new era was a problem. Actually, there were many ways to deal with them. The most straightforward method was naturally to directly suppress them with powerful strength and wipe out all the survivors of the old era who could not adapt to the new era. He could then ensure the results of his changes in the world. Or he could open up a separate passageway and help them with some special technique, allowing them to switch to the martial arts of the new era. This way, he could gradually make this group completely disappear. However, this was only a method to deal with a certain situation. It did not point to the essence of the problem. To make this world more orderly and safer, there was no need to make reforms on the martial path. The core was still the establishment of order and rules. If someone was not used to this safe order, what should they do? And it was impossible to change that. He still needed to find a path that could solve the problem on the foundation of the world. This was also the question Qui Heng really wanted to figure out. What kind of world did he want? What else was needed besides safety and stable order? The opportunity to live. Of the 50 great Tao, one had escaped. He could not set the rules of the world too firmly. Outside a safe environment and stable order, people who could not adapt to such a world should be given a living space and choice. This was not only to give an opportunity to live to those who could not adapt to the changes in the world, but also to those who could not adapt because of the changes in the way of thinking of the new era. At the same time, there would be flow in the world and it would not become lifeless and completely suffocating. Of course, how to preserve this vitality and how to do it needed to be designed according to the actual situation. For example, Qui Heng had already thought of a way to deal with Yang Buchuan. At this moment, Yang Buchuan had already vented his emotions. He bowed to Qui Heng in embarrassment and said with an ashamed expression, "I've embarrassed myself in front of Brother Qui. I was too agitated just now and couldn't control my emotions. Sigh, this is also a trait that I got from my heaven immortal realm. My temperament is not good enough. No, I think it's very good." Qui Heng nodded slightly and smiled. The martial arts reforms of the Wu dynasty are indeed a little rigid. We should give you old martial artists a chance to choose. Brother Qui, you think so too? Yang Buchuan was very happy and said with a smile, "That's right. The Wu dynasty is good in everything. There are rules and order. The city is very safe. It's just that the old martial artists like me can't see the end of the road. Then, what if the imperial court provides you with pills that can immediately recover your cultivation after you cripple your cultivation to switch to the new cultivation method?" Qui Heng asked with a smile. "Do you still feel that you can't see any future?" "Ah," Yang Buchuan said in surprise, "there's such a pill? But even if there is, it must be extremely precious. It's impossible to give it away for nothing." "Of course not, but the conditions won't be too harsh." Qui Heng nodded slightly. At the same time, he reached into his sleeve and pinched a jade token out of thin air before handing it to Yang Buchuan. "There will be news soon. At that time, you can take this jade token to the local government office." With that, he suddenly disappeared from the spot. "Brother Qui?" Yang Buchuan stood up immediately and looked at the jade token in his hand in disbelief. Then, he looked around and said in surprise, "What kind of cultivation did he have to disappear into thin air? Mystic deity, golden immortal?" After a moment of shock, he gradually calmed down. He felt that the experience just now was not normal. However, he was already a heaven immortal. He shouldn't be dreaming. Although he was puzzled, he still felt a trace of hope. After putting away the jade token, in less than 10 days, he received 2 pieces of news that shocked him. It was all related to old martial artists like them. One of them was that the imperial court had announced the establishment of a new ancient martial arts division in the various government offices to assist the government offices in enforcing the law and maintaining the authority of the law. The ancient martial division only recruited old martial artists. Moreover, as long as they took the assessment, they would be rewarded with a heaven reversal pill. After regressing to the earth immortal realm, they could immediately return to the level of a deva, heaven immortal, or heaven monarch. The other was that in the future, there would be heaven reversal pills given out as rewards for old martial artists who had obtained outstanding results in the martial competition. When Yang Buchuan saw these 2 messages, Qui Heng's figure immediately flashed through his mind. He was so excited that his entire body was trembling as he muttered, "Brother Qui, who exactly are you? You're actually so powerful." In the changes of the new era, the reason why the old martial artists were in dire straits was because they could not find their place in the new era. No one even learned martial arts from them anymore. Their lifetime achievements seemed to be completely worthless. But it was different now. The ancient martial division specialized in recruiting old martial artists. This was the path opened by the imperial court, allowing old martial artists to regain a certain level of status. Even those who did not want to join the imperial court could choose to go to the arena to compete. Even if they did not obtain the final victory, as long as they performed well, they could still obtain a heaven reversal pill. This way, the martial artists would have more choices and would not be depressed all day. "Thank you, Brother Qui." Yang Buchuan bowed respectfully in the direction Kui Heng had left to express his gratitude. In the palace of Luling City, Pei Qingshu asked Kui Heng in confusion, "Master, why are you doing so much for those who have been eliminated by the new era? In order to allow the stable order and the safe environment here to last for a long time." Kui Heng smiled. In the palace of Luling City, Pei Qingshu asked Kui Heng in confusion, "Master, why are you doing so much for those who have been eliminated by the new era? In order to allow the stable order and the safe environment here to last for a long time." Kui Heng smiled. In the palace of Luling City, 1. Pei Qingshu asked Kui Heng in confusion, "Master, why are you doing so much for those who have been eliminated by the new era? 1. In order to allow the stable order and the safe environment here to last for a long time." Kui Heng smiled. There's no hurry. Kui Heng shook his head gently and smiled. The situation of the other 4 planets in the 5 views realm is different. We still have to consider at length on implementing changes on them. There's no hurry. Kui Heng shook his head gently and smiled. The situation of the other 4 planets in the 5 views realm is different. We still have to consider at length on implementing changes on them. During this period of time, Li Cheng has been learning by Huisha's side. After he can take charge of himself, he will start to modify the practice here and implement it on the other 4 planets. I came to look for you this time because I have something to ask you. Master, please speak, Pei Qingshu said respectfully. After this, I'll leave the 5 views realm and head to the Purple Sun realm, Kui Heng said in a low voice. What are your plans then? He actually had many choices for where to go after leaving the 5 view realm. There was the Purple Sun realm, Taihong Star, and Sanzhu Star that was related to Zhu Juntian. No matter where he went, he could explore many unknown secrets. However, if he wanted to change the current situation of this world, the Purple Sun realm was undoubtedly the best choice for now. That place was once the core of this starry sky. It was an existence on the level of the heavens, and it could even directly affect the laws and principles of the starry sky. If he implements changes on it, he would definitely be able to obtain a considerable amount of feedback. Master, are you leaving already? Pei Qingshu asked in surprise. In another 100 years. Kui Heng smiled and said, at the very least, we'll have to wait until you've unified the remaining 4 planets before leaving. At that time, you can stay and oversee the process, or you can leave with me. Pei Qingshu fell silent when he heard this. Then, he took a deep breath and said, Master, didn't you ask me what I plan to do just now? Yes. Kui Heng nodded slightly and saw through Pei Qingshu's thoughts. You want to stay in the 5 views realm first? Yes. Pei Qingshu nodded and said solemnly, Actually, I've also thought about this problem. Then, I realized that as long as I stay by Master's side, I can't help but feel a sense of luck. I always subconsciously have the thought that with Master around, I'll be fine no matter how much I court death. This mentality is actually very bad. Although I've already formed the myriad Tao Dharma body, it's still not an indestructible body. If I go out alone one day and take charge of things alone, and I always have this mentality, I'm afraid I won't be able to escape death one day. This is indeed a problem. Kui Heng nodded in agreement and smiled. The fledgling has to fly alone in the end. I won't force you to stay by my side. You can stay in the 5 views realm, but don't slack off in your cultivation. The environment of the 5 views realm is very suitable for you to cultivate. The 5 views realm is quite chaotic now. There are many sages, and often, sages from the outside world would come. There would often be conflicts. Pei Qingshu could obtain many opportunities to fight here. Although the current Pei Qingshu did not gain much from battles at the sage level, if he fought a sage enough times, his cultivation would increase a lot. Yes, I want to stay behind because I also have plans to use the 5 views realm to cultivate. Pei Qingshu nodded and said, Moreover, I have another idea. After the transformation of the 5 views realm is completed according to the direction you set, I'll go to Taihong Star. Taihong Star? Kui Heng was a little surprised when he heard that. Then, he thought for a moment and nodded. With Taihong Star's level, it's indeed more suitable for you, but there's a certain level of danger. I understand. Pei Qingshu nodded and said, however, the more dangerous it is, the more excited I will be. It will also allow my martial cultivation to improve. Moreover, I have many life-saving methods. There's no need to worry about this. In that case, Kui Heng pondered for a moment and said with a smile, before I leave, I'll teach you some life-saving spells to prevent you from really dying. Thank you, Master. Pei Qingshu cupped his hands and bowed. Then, he said with some shame, however, Master, if I don't follow you, will Brother Chen be the only one to help you? The Brother Chen he was talking about was Hui Shi. You know about this too? Kui Heng scolded with a smile. Actually, he didn't mind at all. He chuckled and said, don't think about this anymore. Have you forgotten that you have a senior sister? Ah! Pei Qingshu was stunned when he heard that. He said in surprise, are you returning to Daoju Star to pick up senior sister? That's right. Kui Heng nodded and said with a smile, in another 100 years or so, we'll leave Daoju Star. It's 200 years by then. Mingqiong's cultivation should have been completed by then. It's time to go back and visit her. There's also Li Cheng's sister, Li Wei. She's been by Mingqiong's side for 200 years. She should have already achieved something. It's time to bring her back to reunite with Li Heng. I was still very worried just now. I didn't expect Master to have already thought of a substitute for me. Pei Qingshu pretended to be sad. Kid, are you asking for a beating? Kui Heng glared at Pei Qingshu and then smiled. Otherwise, why do you think I let you stay here so easily? Time flowed like water, and more than 100 years passed quickly. With Pei Qingshu's powerful strength and the support of the Nine Deaths Heavenly Sect, the Plague Imperial Palace, and the Netherworld Sacred Sect, he only used less than 30 years to unify the entire Five Views realm. However, the 5 living stars of the Five Views realm were all in different starry skies, and the distance between them was very far. Therefore, it was extremely difficult to establish a perfect administrative system on the other 4 planets. They could only rely on the local forces. However, in this way, although the 4 planets outside Chongyang Star were under the jurisdiction of the Wu dynasty in name, they were actually countries among countries. It was very difficult to completely implement the reforms set by the Wu dynasty. Often, when the sage of the Wu dynasty was there, they would temporarily follow the direction set by the Wu dynasty. As soon as the sage of the Wu dynasty left, they would immediately return to their previous appearance. Often, when the sage of the Wu dynasty was there, they would temporarily follow the direction set by the Wu dynasty. As soon as the sage of the Wu dynasty left, they would immediately return to their previous appearance. In a situation where long-distance information exchange was inconvenient, this situation was very difficult to avoid. It was precisely because of this that after Pei Qingshu unified the Five Views realm, he went to war even more frequently. Time and energy were consumed in this aspect. Hence, in the next 100 years or so, Pei Qingshu ordered a large number of teleportation arrays to be built on the 5 planets of the Five Views realm so that it would be convenient for communication and information to circulate. Only then did the Wu dynasty gradually expand to the entire Five Views realm. However, it would clearly take some time to completely complete the transformation that matched Kui Heng's direction. Even so, it brought Kui Heng a lot of improvement. As long as the transformation went towards the state of the world he wanted, he could obtain feedback and condense purple gold divine light to improve his nascent soul. This also made his dharmic powers stronger, and his influence on the external laws increased further. Now, Kui Heng could easily envelop the entire Chongyang Star and the surrounding space with his dharmic powers, thereby greatly affecting and distorting the laws in this range. In recent years, he had done a small experiment on the moon closest to Chongyang Star. Through the modification of the laws, this desolate moon became safe and stable, and it was suitable for survival. Hence, it began to gather the atmosphere and water streams, lakes, and so on appeared. In just a few decades, this moon had become a pocket-sized living star. A relatively primitive life had already been born on it. At this moment, Kui Heng was standing on the moon that was filled with vitality. In front of him was a huge lake that reflected the towering trees around him. When the sunlight shone on it, it emitted a faint golden light that was dazzling. This was originally a huge crater. Even if one stood on Chongyang Star, Ordinary people could see this crater with their naked eye. After the moon became a living planet, this place became one of the largest lakes on this planet. Before I leave, I have to leave some contingencies behind for this place. Kui Heng's eyes were deep as he looked at the lake and muttered to himself. Then, he raised a finger and pointed forward gently. He said in a low voice, "Moon God." As soon as he finished speaking, a trace of dharmic powers seeped out from his fingertips. After interweaving with endless dharma and logos, it transformed into an extremely clear light that landed in the huge lake. The originally quiet lake water immediately rippled. A vortex appeared in the middle of the lake, and the surrounding lake water began to rise. The sunlight that had landed on the lake water earlier was distorted and focused on the center of the lake vortex, forming a slightly blurry shadow. This light figure had clear curves, like a woman's graceful and moving figure. Her body was suffused with a bright and gentle light, like the moonlight at night. The lake water around her gradually evaporated into white mist that filled the air. A moment later, the originally blurry light and shadow had already condensed into a beautiful woman. She walked out from the middle of the lake, passed through the dense white smoke, and slowly arrived in front of Kui Heng. This woman looked to be about 20 years old. Her facial features were exquisite and abnormally bright. Her skin was a cold snow-white color, as bright as moonlight, pure and flawless. She was wearing a moon-white dress. It was simple and elegant. There were no special decorations, but it outlined her graceful curves well. Coupled with the soft black hair that draped over her shoulders, she looked even more holy. "Greetings, immortal venerable." The woman knelt and bowed respectfully to Kui Heng. "Get up." Kui Heng nodded slightly and said in a low voice, "From now on, you are the moon god of Chongyang Star." It was as if his mouth contained the will of the heavens. The moment he said this, the Tao runes and laws on the entire moon condensed and gathered, turning into a crystalline white jade stone that floated in front of the moon god. At the same time, the sun that emitted endless light and heat in the middle of the starry sky suddenly flickered. A wisp of the essence of the sun was sucked away and landed on the moon, instantly transforming into the power of yin. This wisp of yin power appeared as clear as moonlight and fused into the pure white jade, engraving 2 words on it. "Moon God." "This is your deity position," Kui Heng said indifferently. Then, he flicked his finger gently, and the moon god deity position directly entered the woman's towering chest. "In the future, you'll guard the 5 views realm." "Yes, immortal venerable." The moon god bowed respectfully. She did not even dare to raise her head and look at Kui Heng. "All right." Kui Heng nodded slightly and did not continue. Then, his figure swayed slightly and left the moon, arriving in the void of the universe outside. This moon god was actually a living being created by Kui Heng using a method similar to the 9-fire flame dragon. It contained a trace of his dharmic powers and was born with an early-stage nascent soul cultivation. However, in order to take over the position of moon god, he molded her into a woman. With her early-stage nascent soul cultivation and the deity position authority he had condensed from absorbing a portion of the essence of the sun, it was enough for this moon god to surpass most early-stage nascent soul existences. This way, the 5 views realm became much safer. It was not to the extent that this place that he had already planned to modify would be destroyed by external forces. Actually, to the current Kui Heng, it was not difficult to create an early-stage nascent soul creature. After all, he had already come into contact with the method to create life through the 9-fire flame dragon when he was at the grand completion golden core realm. Later on, after he reached the nascent soul realm, the 9-fire flame dragons also became new living beings. Now, he was already at the peak of the nascent soul realm and had already stepped onto the path to the soul formation realm. Compared to his previous early-stage nascent soul cultivation, his power had already increased countless times. This was also the charm of cultivation. A higher realm would completely surpass a lower realm. The difference was huge, to the point that no matter what method one used, it was impossible to cross. Due to such a gap, it was actually very difficult to describe the gap between the peak and late-stage nascent soul realm. It was too wide. This was also one of the reasons why Kui Heng could easily create early-stage nascent soul creatures. Before leaving the 5 views realm, Kui Heng stayed on these 5 planets for a period of time. According to the different transformations of each planet, he could comprehend the different feedback. At the same time, he studied the changes in his dharmic powers. As the essence of his nascent soul increased and the special effects of his dharmic powers became stronger, he vaguely had a feeling. This world state that led to changes during the process of breaking through to the soul formation realm, or rather, the path that he walked might be quite important to soul formation cultivators. As for what it was, he would probably only know when he truly broke through to the soul formation realm. Cultivation is endless. Kui Heng sighed softly and retreated from his meditative state. Then, he began to chant an incantation. Myriad Heavens Teleportation Immortal Incantation. It was extremely difficult to cultivate this immortal incantation. In the past 200 years, he had never relaxed his cultivation and had only cultivated this immortal incantation to the late-stage nascent soul realm. Of course, the improvement was obvious. Originally, he could only use spirit guidance to teleport 300 light-years away. Now, he could directly cross 600 light-years, doubling the distance. The time needed to chant the spell had also been greatly reduced. From 3 days and 3 nights when it was first formed, it had become 1 day and 1 night. When he left Daoju Star, he had already left behind a spirit guide. Now, he only needed to chant the Myriad Heavens Teleportation Immortal Incantation to return to Daoju Star. It saved time and effort. As he still had to return to Chongyang Star after leaving Daoju Star, he did not say goodbye to anyone. A day and night later, Kui Heng felt the space around him distort. In the blink of an eye, the light and shadows changed, and countless colors intertwined in front of his eyes. In the next moment, he realized that he was already standing in Changfeng Prefecture City. The place where Kui Heng left his spirit guide was in Changfeng Prefecture City. The place where Kui Heng left his spirit guide was in Changfeng Prefecture City. He had returned through the Myriad Heavens Teleportation Immortal Incantation and naturally appeared here. However, after 200 years, this place was no longer the same. What should have been the State Overseer's office had become an auditorium. Only the layout of the foundation and the bricks on the outside of the courtyard could barely be seen as how it looked 200 years ago. This was no longer the place where he had once handled political affairs and arranged various matters. There's red silk hanging on the door frame, colorful flags floating on the flagpole, and firecrackers that have just been lit on the ground. There's the sound of horns outside. Looks like a ceremony is being held here. Kui Heng observed the surrounding situation and smiled. To be in the mood to hold such a ceremony, it means that the lives of the people are not bad. I wonder if this is still the Great Wei dynasty. 200 years ago, when he left Daoju Star, it was still the Wang family's Great Wei dynasty that ruled this land. If the Great Wei dynasty was still around, it would be 280 years old. It was not a short period of time. Hey, young man, why are you still here? The Sacred Lotus Assembly is about to begin. At this moment, an old man walked out of the hall and said with a smile, "If you're late, you won't be in time for the vegetarian food given by the Saintess." Sacred Lotus Assembly? Kui Heng was stunned when he heard this and looked at the old man. Under his Dharma eye, he immediately discovered the old man's abnormality, but he did not expose him. Instead, he smiled and said, "I'll go over now." "Old sir, aren't you going?" No, I'm old." The old man waved his hand gently and smiled. "The vegetarian food bestowed by the Saintess is good for you young people. There's a limit to the amount. I won't fight with you all for it. But I see that you have Deva blood flowing in your body, and there's also a Dharma idol brewing in your Niwan palace. You clearly have the appearance of a heaven immortal," Kui Heng said with a smile. "Why do you say that you're old? You?" The old man's eyes widened as he looked at Kui Heng in disbelief. He was extremely shocked. "How did you?" Kui Heng shook his head gently and said, "Don't make a sound first. Follow me out to take a look." As soon as he finished speaking, the old man could not help but shut his mouth. Then, he realized that he had actually lost the ability to speak. Not only could he not speak, he could not even make a sound. Whether it was shouting, slapping his hands, or stomping his feet, he could not make a single sound. He seemed to have been isolated from the normal world and could not make any sound at all. This was an experience he had never experienced before, and it was an extreme fear he had never felt before. Who is he? Who is he? He can actually make a heaven immortal like me, unable to make a sound? The old man roared in his heart in horror. Mystic deity? Golden immortal? The true experts of this Zuishu star have finally appeared. Our identities have been exposed. One doubt after another surfaced in his mind. He also wanted to escape, but he realized that he could not do it at all. In front of this young man, he could not even think of escaping. Both his body and will were telling him, you shouldn't escape, and you can't escape. If you try to escape, you're courting death. Hence, he could only follow behind Kui Heng. After Kui Heng walked out of the hall, he saw a very spacious street outside. The restaurant that opened on the opposite street 200 years ago had long disappeared. Now, it has become a huge square. At this moment, a dense crowd was gathered in the square. There seemed to be 2,000 to 3,000 people. There were men and women, but they were all crowded together, surrounding the central platform. On the high platform was a lotus carved from white jade. Sitting on it was a young girl in a colorful dress. This girl looked to be only 15 or 16 years old. Her brows were clearly still young, but her facial features were extremely beautiful, giving off a charming feeling. However, her aura was filled with holiness. These feelings were very strange when intertwined, but it was very easy for people to lock their gazes on her. Then, they could no longer look away. A limitless golden immortal. Kui Heng could tell the girl's cultivation realm at a glance and could not help but be puzzled. He thought to himself, it's impossible for Huasan and the Hong River water god not to have discovered her, but they didn't care. Is it because she didn't show any intention of doing harm? At this moment, this young girl was giving food to the people gathered here. These vegetarian dishes were very ordinary. There were only a few pieces of dried tofu and a few fruits. However, the way she took out these vegetarian dishes was very special. The people gathered here would kowtow respectfully under the white jade lotus platform. Then, the girl would extend her moon-white right hand and gently grab the sky. The vegetarian food would appear in her hand out of thin air. With a light shake of her wrist, the vegetarian food would automatically appear in front of the person kowtowing. This is the saintess of your divine lotus sect. Kui Heng looked at the old man beside him and said indifferently, how long has this situation lasted? It only started in the last 2 years. This is the 3rd time. I can speak. The old man touched his mouth in extreme shock, then knelt on the ground with a plop and shouted, exalted immortal, spare me. His voice was very loud, and he even used his true essence. It was enough for everyone to hear him for miles. However, the surrounding people acted as if they did not hear anything and did not react at all. There's no need to play tricks. No one can see us, and no one can hear us. Kui Heng looked at the old man with a faint smile and chuckled. If I ask and you answer, you might be able to live. How does that sound? Thank you, exalted immortal, the old man said with a trembling voice, his heart filled with fear. This person could actually hide from a limitless golden immortal like the saintess. Was he a sage? There was actually a sage on Zuishu star? How could this be? Where did you come from and when did you arrive? Kui Heng asked in a low voice. Exalted immortal, we are disciples of the White Lotus Lifeless sect on the divine might planet of the Purple Sun immortal world. The old man's breathing suddenly became much calmer, and he could actually speak smoothly. We arrived here 50 years ago. It seemed that this so-called White Lotus Lifeless sect had given him some confidence. Zhongjing, Great Wei Imperial Palace. 40 years ago, the Great Wei Imperial Palace modified the country's administrative divisions. At the same time, they changed the official system and divided the power of the place. The original 24 states had been changed to 24 provinces, and the position of state overseer, which originally controlled the finances of a state, was removed. Instead, they set up a political envoy, an inspection envoy, and a military commander in each province to separate the military and supervisory positions. The 100 miles of land in the capital was separately designated as the imperial capital. The remaining parts of the central continent were separately divided into provinces. They were called the Zhili Central Capital, or Zhili for short. There were 3 envoys to handle military affairs. To the entire Great Wei, this decree could be said to have changed things drastically. It was simply like a change in dynasty. Moreover, it was done in the 240th year of the founding of the Great Wei. It was originally an impossible decree. After all, the state overseers had wielded great power for many years, and there were also new forces that had risen in the past 200 years. It was easier said than done to split the power into 3. However, Emperor Changwu, Wang Chen, who had only been on the throne for 12 years, actually did it. Hence, the central authority of the Great Wei dynasty became unprecedentedly powerful. It was difficult for the local officials to become powerful again. It actually allowed this dynasty that was already old to regain its vitality. It was already the 52nd year of Changwu. The Great Wei dynasty was still flowering, and the prosperity of this era far exceeded the previous emperor's era. At this moment, Wang Chen was already 85 years old. However, he had been cultivating diligently and had already become a human immortal. He still looked to be in his 30s. However, according to the rules set by Emperor Taizu, the throne could only be held for 60 years at most. Therefore, there were only 8 years left before he had to abdicate. In recent years, Wang Chen no longer cared about government affairs. Most of the time, he let the crown prince govern the country. He had built a temple in the depths of the palace and named it White Sacred Palace. He even invited a Daoist priest to preach. At the same time, he asked for guidance on the martial Dao. Today was the day that Wang Chen would go to listen to the scriptures. He arrived at the White Sacred Palace in his usual Daoist robe, but he did not see the Daoist priest sitting on the meditation cushion. Instead, he stood outside the palace, his gaze seemingly looking into the distance. Daoist Shun, what are you looking at? Wang Chen leaned over and asked curiously. I'm looking at the future of the Divine Lotus sect. Shun Baisheng turned around and cupped his hands. He smiled and said, Greetings, Your Majesty. Do you still want to hear this poor monk preach the scriptures today? Daoist priest, you're worried about the future of the church right now. How can I let you preach the scriptures again? Wang Chen shook his head gently and said with a concerned expression, May I know why you're worried? Your Majesty, which province is the furthest from here? Shun Baisheng pointed in the direction he had just looked. That is the Bachuan province. As soon as Wang Chen said this, he suddenly smiled and said, I understand. Daoist priest is worried about the Immortal Dawn sect. Ha ha ha, Daoist priest is overthinking. Actually, you can relax. Although the Immortal Dawn sect is the #1 sect in the world and has many mighty figures and powerful strength, it has always been kind to others and will never suppress new sects. But I'm still a little worried. After all, we're outsiders. Shun Baisheng put on a worried expression and sighed. We haven't interacted with the Immortal Dawn sect yet, so I can't help but feel apprehensive. Didn't the dragon god of Fengju and the water god of Honghe not stop you from preaching? Wang Chen said curiously, with the support of these two, there's no need for you to worry, right? Those two seniors have long stopped caring about the affairs of the world. They just saw that my sect was good, so they didn't stop us. However, the Immortal Dawn sect is still a sect after all. Shun Baisheng shook his head and said, It won't be good if they say that my sect accidentally offended a disciple of the Immortal Dawn sect. Yes, that's true. Wang Chen nodded slightly and said, How about this? Our Great Wei has some connections with the Immortal Dawn sect. As the Emperor of Great Wei, I'll send an invitation to invite a golden immortal from the Immortal Dawn sect to the capital for a banquet. I'll let you use this opportunity to meet with them and talk. How about that? Thank you, Your Majesty. Shun Baisheng immediately cupped his hands and bowed, his heart filled with extreme joy. He finally had a chance to complete his mission on Daoju Star 1. Kui Heng did not kill the old man. After questioning him, he let him go. Kui Heng did not kill the old man. After questioning him, he let him go. This old man was only a heaven immortal after all. He did not know much, but it allowed Kui Heng to understand the basic situation of the Divine Lotus sect and the White Lotus Lifeless sect. According to the old man, the group of people who came to Daoju Star belonged to the Bu Sacred Hall of the White Lotus Lifeless sect. They were in charge of spreading their faith and beliefs. They came here to find an ancient inheritance. At the same time, they spread the gospel of the lifeless White Lotus goddess. The leaders were 2 sages, 4 limitless golden immortals, 12 Tai mystic deities, and 130 heaven immortals. Such a force was actually enough to dominate the entire Daoju Star. If one did not include Huasan, the Hong River water god, and the heavenly void world. However, Kui Heng did not believe in their excuse of looking for ancient inheritance. Most likely, there were other reasons. However, the old man's realm was not high enough, so he was not qualified to know. Even Kui Heng was skeptical about the lineup that the old man had mentioned. After all, it was very difficult for a heaven immortal to understand the entire situation. Hence, after letting the old man go, he flew into the sky and released a trace of dharmic powers that fused into the laws of Daoju Star. In the next moment, the coiling dragon pillar in Changfeng Prefecture suddenly lit up with flames. A scarlet rainbow soared into the sky, and a graceful figure appeared in the river and flew into the sky. At the same time, in a large mansion in the countryside in a certain province, 3 people suddenly looked up at the sky with pleasantly surprised expressions. Then, they turned into streams of light and soared into the sky. In the Tsungcheng Mountain Immortal Dawn sect. As the ancestors of the past generations had a long history, they would cultivate in seclusion in the back mountain after abdicating. Therefore, many palaces and pavilions had been built in the back mountain of Tsungcheng for the ancestors to live in. Zhang Nanxuan, perfected Zhu Qing, Liu Yiyun, He Qingru, Chen Ying, Zhao Qi, and the others were all cultivating in seclusion in the back mountain. Among them, the strongest, Zhang Nanxuan, had already attained the limitless golden immortal realm. Perfected Zhu Qing and Liu Yiyun were also golden immortals. Even Zhao Qi's current generation of disciples was already at the heaven monarch realm. The current Immortal Dawn sect could be said to be full of vitality and flourishing. Therefore, to most of the current disciples of the Immortal Dawn sect, the back mountain of Tsungcheng was the true foundation of the Immortal Dawn sect. It was a place filled with mysteries and unknowns. But on this day, the incomparably mysterious Longevity Mountain suddenly shone brightly. Streams of light flew out from the back mountain one after another and rushed into the sky. This situation was unheard of. Even the current sect master, Su Qingxue, was extremely surprised. She hurriedly arrived at the back of the mountain and saw that her grandmaster Zhao Qi was already waiting at the entrance. She hurriedly bowed and asked, "Grandmaster, what happened at the back of the mountain just now?" "It's a good thing. Don't worry." Zhao Qi nodded slightly and said with a smile, "It's ancestral master. The ancestors have all gone over to pay their respects." "Ancestral grandfather?" Su Qingxue was surprised. Didn't ancestral grandfather already head to the vast starry sky? I saw in the books that he left 200 years ago. Yes, I even saw ancestral grandfather once 200 years ago. Zhao Qi smiled faintly and said, "Moreover, ancestral master just said that ancestral grandfather seems to be countless times stronger than 200 years ago. He's really amazing." "Grandmaster, aren't you going?" Su Qingxue asked curiously. The dharmic powers displayed by ancestral grandfather can only be sensed when one has reached a realm similar to the mystic deity realm. Zhao Qi shook her head gently and said, "I haven't reached that level yet. Only those who have reached the mystic deity realm are qualified to meet the ancestral grandfather." Su Qingxue could not help but be speechless and exclaim, "What kind of existence is the ancestral grandfather? That's a mighty figure who can pierce through the heavens and earth. It's difficult for us to describe his strength with words." Zhao Qi smiled. With ancestral grandfather's existence, it let us know that cultivation is endless. We should always maintain the spirit of seeking. "Yes, I understand. Thank you for your teachings, Grandmaster." Su Qingxue bowed. In the sky above Daoju Star, Kui Heng had already created a city in the sky out of thin air. It was almost the same as Changfeng Prefecture in the past. After all, they still needed a place to stay to talk. Huasan and the Hong River water god were the first to arrive. After 200 years, Huasan had already cultivated to the early stage nascent soul realm. However, the way it nurtured the spirituality of the golden core was not to comprehend the 7 emotions of all living beings. Instead, it collected a large amount of the power of faith of all living beings and used true fire to calcine it into pure spirituality. It took him more than 150 years to finally step into the early stage nascent soul realm. Water god Hong River did not improve much. Her cultivation level was still at the early stage nascent soul realm. After seeing the two of them, Kui Heng understood why those people who came from the Purple Sun Realm's Divine Might planet were not dealt with. You guys are treating that group of people as a way to explore the unknown. Kui Heng chuckled. This is indeed one method. To each of you, they can obtain a lot of unknown information. Greetings, Immortal Venerable. Greetings, Immortal Venerable. Huasan and water god Hong River hurriedly bowed to Kui Heng in unison. Then, Huasan worriedly asked, Immortal Venerable, do you need to eliminate those outsiders? Water god Hong River hurriedly said, did these people offend Immortal Venerable? I'll immediately capture them and wait for your orders. There's no need. Kui Heng waved his hand and chuckled. You don't have to be so nervous. Get up. I didn't summon you here to interrogate you. Someone else will come later. Huasan and water god Hong River heaved a sigh of relief, but they still stood carefully at the side with an incomparably respectful attitude. Soon, Zhang Nanxuan, perfected Zhu Qing, Liu Yiyun, He Qingru, Chen Ying, and the other disciples of the Immortal Dawn sect arrived. Lu Zhangming, Liu Litao, and Zhao Guang followed closely behind. Greetings, Ancestral Grandmaster. Greetings, Ancestral Grandfather. Greetings, Sir. Everyone wanted to bow to Kui Heng. At this moment, Kui Heng felt an inexplicable sense of vicissitude in his heart. In front of him was only a portion of the inheritance he had left behind, and it did not include the ones from the heavenly void world. There were already so many people. Get up. Kui Heng raised his hand and went straight to the point. You should have heard of the Divine Lotus sect that is currently teaching in Great Wei. Everyone looked at each other and nodded. The Divine Lotus sect appeared 50 years ago. After 10 years of slow development, it obtained the support of the Great Wei Imperial Court 40 years ago and began to develop rapidly. However, this sect had always appeared very kind and gentle. They did not forcefully persuade people to join their sect, nor did they attack other sects. They were completely harmless. Why did he suddenly mention this? Ancestral Grandmaster, is there a problem with this Divine Lotus sect? Zhang Nanxuan asked curiously. Previously, their sect master even requested to visit the Immortal Dawn sect, but we rejected him. Next, do your best to cooperate with the request of the Divine Lotus sect and test their true goal. Kui Heng smiled. If they request to visit the Immortal Dawn sect again, you can agree. Regarding this Divine Lotus sect, he could naturally personally take action and capture everyone in an instant. However, it was inevitable that there would be mistakes. It would be bad if he missed out on the key figures. After instructing the Immortal Dawn sect, Kui Heng looked at Huasan and smiled. Go into the void of the universe and carefully investigate the white star adjacent to Daoju Star to see if anyone is hiding there. After instructing the Immortal Dawn sect, Kui Heng looked at Huasan and smiled. Go into the void of the universe and carefully investigate the white star adjacent to Daoju Star to see if anyone is hiding there. There were a total of 7 planets in Daoju Star's solar system. According to the order of distance from the core sun, Daoju Star was the second planet, Tianzhu Star was the third, and White Star was the first. It was the closest to the sun, and the surface temperature was extremely high. There was no life on it. The people from the Purple Sun Realm had clearly come to investigate some things on Daoju Star. Even if they were hiding outside, they would not be too far away. Tianzhu Star and White Star were undoubtedly the best choices. However, there were many limitless golden immortals and the Tianzhu Star god on Tianzhu Star. As long as the people from the Purple Sun Realm were in their right minds, they would not choose to hide on Tianzhu Star. The void near Daoju Star was under Kui Heng's control. No one could escape his perception. This way, the only loophole was White Star. He could send Wuxia over to investigate. If there was any movement here, the people over there would run away. Yes, Master Immortal, Wuxia replied. Then, he transformed into a red rainbow and left Daoju Star, flying towards White Star. Stay behind and continue to monitor the situation in Great Wei. Kui Heng said to the Hong River god, pay more attention to the changes in the overall national luck. Yes. Hong River water god bowed and bade farewell. She landed and returned to the Hong River. You guys, Kui Heng looked at Zheng Nanxuan and the other disciples of the Immortal Dawn sect, as well as Lu Zhengming, Zhao Guang, and Liu Litao. He thought for a moment. I'll take some people with me this time. After I head to the Purple Sun Realm, I'll make some reforms. I need someone to help me implement them. Reforms? Lu Zhengming, Zhao Guang, and Liu Litao were very surprised. They were all Kui Heng's subordinates when he was the state overseer of Fengju. They knew very well what Kui Heng had done before. Now, he was actually going to reform the legendary Purple Sun Immortal Realm? As expected of the Immortal Venerable. Even the legendary Immortal World could be reformed at will. The three of you, come with me. Kui Heng looked at Lu Zhengming, Zhao Guang, and Liu Litao and chuckled. I see that the three of you have nothing to do on Daoju Star. The three of them immediately became excited and overjoyed when they heard this. They said in unison, thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. In their opinion, being able to follow Kui Heng was undoubtedly a huge opportunity. This was much more promising than cultivating on Daoju Star. As for the Immortal Dawn sect, Kui Heng glanced at the few of them before his gaze landed on Zheng Nanxuan. He nodded and said, Nanxuan, come with me. Your master might also be in the Purple Sun Realm. What? Master? Zheng Nanxuan's eyes widened when she heard this. Her delicate body trembled slightly, and she was clearly very excited. She nodded repeatedly and said, thank you, Ancestral Grandmaster. Jiang Chichi was the most important person in the world to her. Now, after 300 years, she still often thinks of the time she spent with Jiang Chichi. Every time that happened, she would miss her even more. Go back. Kui Heng waved his hand gently and said, I'll call you when it's time to leave. Then, everyone bade farewell and left. Kui Heng was the only one left in the sky. He stood with his hands behind his back and looked down. His eyes flickered with a faint golden light. All the mysteries of Daoju Star were revealed under his gaze. There's still nothing special about it. Kui Heng frowned slightly and thought to himself, the Purple Sun Realm called this place the Zuishu Star or Star of Original Sin. Perhaps it meant that Zhu Juntian had walked out from here. This time, they sent people over to search for Zhu Juntian's inheritance. But there are clearly no traces of Zhu Juntian on this planet. Zhu Juntian has left Daoju Star for at least 300,000 years. If they really wanted to investigate Zhu Juntian's inheritance, they would never have waited until now. Then what relationship does Daoju Star have with the Purple Sun Realm recently? The teleportation array in the Purple Extreme Palace. Requesting to visit the Immortal Dawn sect. Are they investigating Chichi's inheritance? Thinking of this, his eyes narrowed slightly. This was indeed very likely. However, for the immortal sects of the Purple Sun Realm to cross the endless starry sky to investigate, Jiang Chichi must have caused a considerable commotion in the Purple Sun Realm and might even have killed many people. Otherwise, the White Lotus Lifeless sect would not have sent so many people to investigate, nor would they be so careful. After we capture the leader, I'll ask about Chichi's situation in the Purple Sun Realm. Central capital, White Sacred Palace. Shen Baisheng was very excited today. He carefully tidied his daoist robe and prepared to attend the banquet later. Of course, he did not tidy up his daoist robe for the sake of his appearance. Instead, it was to check the defensive ability of the daoist robe. This daoist robe was actually a sage armament that had a powerful defense that could perfectly resist the attacks of sages. Although the Immortal Dawn sect had only sent a golden immortal this time and the two people accompanying them were only Tai mystic deities, the Immortal Dawn sect had the myriad Dawnsword immortals' inheritance after all and could not be underestimated. If there was any shocking sage armament or treasure at the level of a sage king here, it would be extremely dangerous if he could not defend or escape in time. Daoist Shun. At this moment, a sharp and strange voice came from outside. It was the eunuch who was in charge of the palace. The banquet is about to begin. Please go. All right. Shun Baixing nodded and did not say anything else. Then, he left the white sacred palace. All right. Shun Baixing nodded and did not say anything else. Then, he left the white sacred palace. The banquet was held in Chaoyuan Hall. This was one of the most magnificent palaces in the Great Wei Imperial Palace. It was used to hold grand celebrations and banquets. When Shun Baixing arrived, the civil and military officials had already arrived. The golden immortal sent by the Immortal Dawn sect had also taken his seat. Only Emperor Changwu and the Empress had yet to arrive. It was normal for the Empress to be the last to enter. After Shun Baixing bowed to the officials, he sat down and looked at the golden immortal from the Immortal Dawn sect. He's really only a golden immortal, and he's very young. He's probably not more than 400 years old. He thought to himself, after the myriad Dawnsword immortal came to the Purple Sun realm, she became a heaven monarch in 1 year, a mystic deity in 3 years, and broke through to the golden immortal realm in 5 years. Her cultivation is so fast, and the disciples of the Immortal Dawn sect are also so young. There must be something special about her inheritance. I have to take this opportunity to obtain it. This kind of extremely fast cultivation martial technique is extremely beneficial to our lifeless sect. If I can obtain the sect master's recognition, I have a chance to become a sage king. This time, the person the Immortal Dawn sect sent was Liu Yiyun. She was Jiang Chichi's grand disciple. She had already cultivated the Immortal Dawn sword art to the peak of the Golden Immortal Realm and was only 1 step away from the limitless Golden Immortal Realm. She was one of the strongest experts of the Immortal Dawn sect. As Shun Baixing sized her up, she was also sizing up this outsider. The Immortal Dawn sect was related to the Hong River water god and Huasan. Therefore, they had long known about Shun Baixing and the other outsiders. However, it was only after they met Kui Heng that they knew that this group of people came from the Purple Sun realm that called themselves an immortal world. What a powerful aura. He's probably even stronger than a limitless golden immortal. A sage at the myriad techniques returned to one realm? Liu Yiyun estimated Shun Baixing's realm and thought to herself, however, this is probably not the fish that Ancestral Grandmaster wants to catch. A mere sage was not enough. The two of them did not communicate directly during the entire banquet. They were only sizing each other up. After the banquet ended, Liu Yiyun was led by an inner court official to an elegant garden. This was the Imperial Garden in the Great Wei Imperial Palace. It was where the emperor spent his leisure time. At this moment, Emperor Changwu, Wang Chen, and Shun Baixing were already waiting here. However, Wang Chen only sat in the pavilion with his eyes closed. Clearly, he was only here as a witness and did not intend to directly participate in their conversation. Greetings, Fairy Liu. Shun Baixing took the initiative to cup his hands and bowed. His attitude was very kind. Daoist Shun, there's no need to be so polite. Liu Yiyun shook her head gently and smiled. I'm a straightforward person and don't like to beat around the bush. Daoist Shun, you went through so much trouble to get His Majesty to host a banquet. In the end, you invited me over. Why don't you just say whatever is on your mind? Shun Baixing obviously did not expect Liu Yiyun to be so direct. After thinking for a moment, he said in a low voice, in that case, I won't beat around the bush. May I ask Fairy Liu, how much is your sect's Immortal Dawn sword art? What did you say? Liu Yiyun put on a stunned expression, but her heart was as calm as water. She had long expected this. The Immortal Dawn sect could only attract these outsiders because of its special cultivation method, which was the Immortal Dawn sword art. The immortal dawn sword art was neither a martial path nor an immortal cultivation technique. Instead, it was a new path that combined the two. In terms of realm division, it referenced the martial Tao, but the power cultivated was closer to dharmic powers. Therefore, the strength of the cultivators who took this path far exceeded martial artists of the same level. Their cultivation speed was also extremely fast. Usually, it would not take more than 500 years to break through to the golden immortal realm. Fairy has already become a golden immortal and is only one step away from becoming a limitless golden immortal, right? Shen Baixing said in a low voice. But this step is like a natural chasm. I don't know when you can cross it. As long as you can hand over the portion of the immortal dawn sword art from the first realm of the mortal realm to the third realm of the immortal realm, we can give you a limitless immortal pill. After consuming it, you can become a limitless golden immortal. Fairy, don't worry. We can guarantee that no outsiders will know about this. We will definitely not spread the immortal dawn sword art. We'll only use it as a reference. Why should I believe you? Liu Yiyun sneered. Then how can I make you believe me? Shen Baixing's eyes lit up when he heard this. He was not directly rejected, which meant that there was hope of success. Get the person behind you to personally hand it over to me. I want his promise, Liu Yiyun said in a low voice. A pill that can make me a limitless golden immortal is not something you can take out, right? Shen Baixing's expression froze when he heard this. He frowned and said, I need to confirm it. Then, he sat cross-legged with his eyes closed and floated in the air, pretending to sense a certain existence. In reality, he had communicated with the Sage King spirit seal in his mind and contacted the Sage King. On this dangerous star of original sin, one had to know how to pretend to be kind and gentle no matter what they did. Otherwise, the consequences might be unimaginable. After all, this was a terrifying place with two creators. If not for the fact that they were afraid of Wuxia and the Hong River water god, they would not have carefully planned and bided their time for 50 years. White star. The grayish-white ground was filled with craters caused by meteors. A middle-aged man was carefully hiding deep underground. His body was wrapped in a layer of black satin that covered his aura and reduced his presence. A middle-aged man was carefully hiding deep underground. His body was wrapped in a layer of black satin that covered his aura and reduced his presence. This was a creator-level secret treasure, and it was a treasure that specialized in hiding from nomological laws. It could almost perfectly hide him. He would not be discovered by the fire dragon that was circling the white star outside in a short period of time. 50 years ago, when he led a group of people past Tianzhu Star, he had also used this secret treasure to hide from the perception of the Tianzhu Star Lord and successfully arrived at Daoju Star. At this moment, the fire dragon swimming on the surface of White Star was naturally Wuxia. It had long arrived here and instinctively felt that something was wrong with the situation on this planet. However, it found nothing after searching for a long time. Damn it! Why did this fire dragon come to White Star? Wasn't it sleeping on Daoju Star? Zhao Kuan was a little flustered and exasperated, but he could only try his best to suppress his emotions and not dare to have too much of an emotional fluctuation. This might expose his whereabouts. This fire dragon's perception is too terrifying. The shadowless silk is clearly a treasure that can hide from all creator realm experts. Why can it still sense the abnormality? If this continues, I won't be able to hide for long. I'll be discovered soon. Do I really have to give up and use the teleportation array to go to Daoju Star and teleport out of this starry sky? He had been on White Star for 50 years, and it was not like he had done nothing. He set up a teleportation array underground that was connected to the White Sacred Palace in Zhongjing Imperial City. As long as the teleportation array was activated, he could immediately return to Daoju Star. The teleportation array in the White Sacred Palace was directly connected to a planet outside this starry sky. This was something they had prepared before they came, so it was convenient for them to retreat. Venerable One, the people from the Immortal Dawn sect seem to be interested, but they hope that you can come over personally to talk. At this moment, Shen Baixing's voice sounded in Zhao Kuan's mind. To the current Zhao Kuan, these words were like the sound of music. That's great. He had finally succeeded. He was finally going to succeed. I'll go over immediately, Zhao Kuan replied impatiently, but his tone was still very steady. Then, he activated the teleportation array and disappeared. Huasan also discovered the abnormality here the moment the teleportation array was activated. However, it did not go over to investigate. That was because Kui Heng, who was on Daoju Star, had already known about this through the perception of Huasan. 3 feet above Liu Yiyun's head was a hidden spirit that also shared Kui Heng's perception. Hence, when Zhao Kuan walked out of the White Sacred Palace, thinking to end the battle quickly, end the conversation as soon as possible, obtain the immortal Dawnsword art, and escape, Kui Heng was already standing considerately above the Great Wei Imperial Palace. However, no one sensed him. I'm Zhao Kuan, a sage king from the Purple Sun Immortal World. The first thing Zhao Kuan said after walking out of the White Sacred Palace was to explain his identity and cultivation level. This was also to give him an advantage in terms of position. Then, he looked at Liu Yiyun and said in a low voice, "Miss, we can give you anything you want, be it cultivation, strength, treasures, or sage armaments. We only want the immortal Dawnsword art." As long as the price was big enough, the other party would not have time to hesitate. This was Zhao Kuan's experience. It has always been successful. Moreover, he had to do this now. He had to complete this matter before the Hong River water god discovered him and escape through the teleportation array. Otherwise, he really might not be able to leave. It's actually a sage king. Liu Yiyun pretended to be surprised and took 2 steps back. Then, she shook her head and chuckled. Unfortunately, it's not up to me to decide if this immortal Dawnsword art can be sold to the public. At this point, she suddenly stopped and bowed respectfully to the sky. She shouted, "Welcome, Ancestral Grandmaster." After Kui Heng arrived, he sent a voice transmission to Liu Yiyun. Hence, before she could finish her sentence, a figure descended from the sky and landed beside Liu Yiyun. It was Kui Heng. "You want to obtain the immortal Dawnsword art so much?" He smiled and swept his gaze across Shenbaisheng. Finally, he looked at Zhao Kuan with a scrutinizing gaze. The Purple Sun realm claims to be a fragment of the heavens. Is it lacking such a cultivation method? Or did the person who cultivated the immortal Dawnsword art have any special performance in the Purple Sun realm? You are? Zhao Kuan looked at Kui Heng in surprise. His body involuntarily began to tremble as he felt a fear that he had never felt before. You are? Zhao Kuan looked at Kui Heng in surprise. His body involuntarily began to tremble as he felt a fear that he had never felt before. Even when he faced the Creator, he did not feel such fear. He felt that even if the other party just stood there and looked at him, he would probably have his soul scattered in an instant. The power of a sage king was meaningless and could not resist at all. Why would an existence of this level appear on Zuishu Star? This was too ridiculous. Answer my question. Kui Heng was still staring at Zhao Kuan with a calm gaze. Yes. Zhao Kuan felt his scalp tingle from the gaze and hurriedly nodded. Exalted Immortal, we're indeed here to obtain the mysteries of the immortal Dawnsword art. 400 years ago, a female sword immortal who cultivated the immortal Dawnsword art crossed the endless starry sky and arrived at the Purple Sun Immortal World. When that female sword immortal first appeared, she was only at the Heaven Immortal realm and was not eye-catching. However, when she came into contact with the martial cultivation system of the Purple Sun Immortal World, she quickly comprehended it and turned it into a method of her own. Then, she began to break through unbelievably quickly. She only used a year to go from a Heaven Immortal to a Heaven Monarch. Then, in 3 years, she became a mystic deity. After another 5 years, she actually directly stepped into the Golden Immortal realm. After cultivating to the Golden Immortal realm, she only used 10 years to break through to the limitless Golden Immortal realm. Then, in less than 20 years, she became a sage. After another 50 years, she became a sage king. Because when she broke through, endless multicolored light illuminated the sky, the world respected her as Myriad Dawnsword Immortal. At this point, he paused slightly. The surroundings were silent. Other than Kui Heng, everyone's gazes were focused on him. There was only one emotion in their eyes. That was shock. Such a cultivation speed was too unbelievable. It was too ridiculous. Especially Liu Yiyun. She knew that this so-called female sword immortal should be her ancestral master. She also knew that her ancestral master was extremely talented and was a rare cultivation genius. However, she did not expect her to be so powerful. This was too ridiculous. Kui Heng nodded in satisfaction and continued to ask, "What's next?" This was 300 years ago. How is she now? After that, Zhao Kuan fell into deep thought and said in a panic, not long after she became a Sage King, she received an invitation from Purple Sunstar. It said that the reason for Purple Sunstar's invitation at that time was that a creator would give a lecture soon and would publicly explain the cultivation path above the Sage King realm. This was what she needed, so she naturally went. But not long after, news spread in the Purple Sun realm that she had started a killing spree on Purple Sunstar. Even the creators there could not stop her. From then on, her whereabouts have been a mystery. It has been more than 200 years since then. After saying this, Zhao Kuan felt his entire body tremble, and he felt extremely panicked. After all, this was not a good situation. He was afraid that Kui Heng would vent his anger on them. Oh! Kui Heng's eyes narrowed slightly, and he frowned slightly. Although there was still a smile on his face, he gave off a cold killing intent. Purple Sun Star. I remember that it's the strongest of the Purple Sun realm's 3 main planets. It has 7 immortal sects and 5 creators. Such a place actually joined forces to deal with a Sage King. At this moment, cold killing intent spread out with his voice. In an instant, the temperature of the entire Daoju star plummeted, turning from a hot summer to an extremely cold winter. If one looked at Daoju star from the perspective of the universe, they would be able to see that the surface of this planet was actually covered in a layer of frost. It was as if the entire planet had been frozen. Exalted Immortal, we don't know much about this either. Zhao Kuan hurriedly explained, we're just a small immortal sect on Divine Might planet, the weakest of the 3 main planets. Usually, Purple Sunstar is high and mighty and rarely interacts with us, so we only heard rumors about that female sword immortal. We don't have much interaction with each other and don't know much. He tried his best to cut ties with the Purple Sunstar. After all, the person in front of him was unbelievably powerful. If they offended him, their sect might face a calamity. You can tell from the rumors that she cultivates the immortal dawn sword art. Kui Heng sneered, and his gaze on Zhao Kuan suddenly became cold. In the next moment, Zhao Kuan felt the power in his body dissipate rapidly, and his life level fell. Immediately after, even his life form changed. He involuntarily lay on the ground and actually saw 2 claws. This terrified him greatly. He subconsciously wanted to beg for mercy, but when he opened his mouth, he only let out woof, woof, woof. Zhao Kuan had turned into a dog. Ah! Shun Baixing screamed in fear and collapsed to the ground. His eyes were filled with disbelief, and his face turned extremely pale. He was clearly terrified. This was a Sage King. In the entire universe, this was a top figure. Moreover, because the realm of Creator was too far away, the Sage King realm was the ultimate goal of most sages. But now, a Sage King like Zhao Kuan, who had cultivated for more than 10,000 years, had actually been turned into a dog in front of everyone. This was simply unbelievable and too shocking. Ancestral Grandmaster's might is boundless. Liu Yiyun could not help but sigh. This method of instantly turning a person into a dog had completely exceeded her understanding. Woof, 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 woof. Zhao Kuan wailed in fear. His entire body was trembling, and his 4 legs knelt down, continuously kowtowing and begging Kui Heng for mercy. Continue, Kui Heng said indifferently. Woof. Exalted Immortal, please spare my life. Zhao Kuan realized that he could suddenly speak again, but he still looked like a dog. He hurriedly said, Exalted Immortal, please forgive me. I was also afraid that Exalted Immortal would vent your anger on our sect, so I held on to the mentality of taking a fluke. This time, I'll tell you everything. We really don't know much about what happened on Purple Sunstar, nor are we qualified to know the exact situation on Purple Sunstar. However, it's not that we don't have any interactions with Myriad Dawnsword Immortal. Actually, when Myriad Dawnsword Immortal was at the Sage Realm, she had traveled around, and my master had some thoughts about her. Master sent a junior sister of mine to approach Myriad Dawnsword Immortal and find out the truth about her rapid improvement. At the same time, she wanted to wait until they were close to obtain her cultivation method. But Myriad Dawnsword Immortal was very vigilant. After discovering the clues, she took the initiative to distance herself from my junior sister. In the end, we only obtained the name Immortal Dawnsword Art. Do you think you can plot against my ancestral master? Liu Yiyun sneered in disdain. Ancestral master is extremely intelligent and has great luck. She even received the guidance of a supreme existence like ancestral grandmaster. How can you thieves successfully scheme against her? It's us who didn't consider the consequences. It's us who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Exalted Immortal, please forgive us. Zhao Kuan, who looked like a puppy, kowtowed and begged for mercy. He didn't look like a sage king at all. Actually, if he was still in his human form and still had the cultivation realm of a sage king, he would most likely not be as humble as he was now. However, the power in his body had long been scattered, and his realm had already fallen. He was only a dog that could speak, so he naturally did not have a mental state. There's no need to beg for mercy. I won't kill you for the time being, Kui Heng said indifferently. Then, he changed the topic. Your White Lotus Lifeless sect is the only immortal sect on Divine Might Planet. There's a creator in your sect, right? Yes, yes. Zhao Kuan hurriedly nodded. Although he did not know why Kui Heng was asking this, he still reported the truth and did not dare to hide anything. All right. Kui Heng nodded slightly and asked, I've heard that everyone on Divine Might Planet only worships one god. Is it the Master God worshipped by your White Lotus Lifeless sect? It's like this. Everyone on Divine Might Planet respects the White Lotus Goddess. Zhao Kuan was even more puzzled in his heart, but he continued to explain, however, because the people of different groups have different understandings of the goddess, thousands of different factions were born from the core gospel. Their relationship is complicated. Some are hostile to each other, and some are as close as brothers. It's actually a chaotic place. Kui Heng was slightly stunned. He was originally still thinking about how to transform a place where the entire world worshipped a single goddess. After all, the more unified a place's thoughts were, the harder it was for him to make changes and establish a new order. But if their thoughts were chaotic, it would be much easier. Although there was a source for the thousands of schools of thoughts, from Zhao Kuan's description, it was still essentially chaos. After all, if these different factions really acknowledged the same source, there would not be any hostility. Thinking of this, Kui Heng looked at Emperor Changwu, who was already stunned not far away, then at the White Sacred Palace. Then, his gaze landed on Shen Baisheng, who was sitting on the ground, and he chuckled. You're usually preaching to the Emperor of Great Wei? Ah! Exalted Immortal, yes, that's correct. Shen Baisheng nodded repeatedly and explained, it was His Majesty who took the initiative to invite me here. I didn't bewitch him. There's no need to say this. Kui Heng waved his hand and interrupted them. He said to Shen Baisheng and Zhao Kuan, next, go to Changfeng Prefecture. Someone will naturally receive you there. There will be a few people who will learn the scriptures of the White Lotus Lifeless sect from you. He planned to let Lu Zhangming, Zhao Guang, and Liu Litao learn the teachings of the White Lotus Lifeless sect in preparation for establishing a new order on Divine Might Planet in the future. The establishment of a new order was definitely accompanied by the collision of ideas. Only by knowing oneself and the enemy could one be invincible. Zhao Kuan and Shen Baisheng were confused. What was he doing? He actually wanted him to continue preaching the scriptures? After catching Zhao Kuan, the mastermind, there wasn't much else on Daoju Star for Kui Heng to do. Hence, after Huasan returned from the starry sky of the universe, he directly broke through the void and established a cross-border passage to the heavenly void world. With a step forward, he was already in the great Ju kingdom of the heavenly void world. As the saying went, one could not stay in the position of emperor for long. Otherwise, he might suffer an inexplicable backlash and die. Therefore, the Great Wei dynasty in the mortal world set the rule that one could only sit on the throne for 60 years at most. However, this was not applicable in the Great Zhou dynasty. Now it was. Year 371 of the Great Zhou dynasty. Actually, to ordinary people, it did not matter who the emperor was. As long as they could live and work in peace and have a certain amount of room for improvement, it was enough. It would not be a problem to not change an emperor for hundreds of years. This was the situation in the Great Zhou dynasty. Under the rule of the empress, the Great Zhou dynasty became stronger every year. Whether it was the standard of living of the people or the level of martial cultivation, they were all rising steadily. Now that it was the 371st year of the Supreme Phoenix era, the Great Zhou was still developing rapidly. The entire country was like a wave flowing into the sea, constantly advancing as if it would never stop. Compared to 200 years ago, the current Great Zhou dynasty had already improved too much. First was the vastness of their territory. The current Great Zhou dynasty already occupied more than 50% of the heavenly void world's land. From the mountains to the plains, from the land to the sea, they were all the territory of the Great Zhou. In the entire heavenly void world, there was only the Great Xia Kingdom that could barely compare to it. However, the Great Xia Kingdom only occupied a little more than 30% of the heavenly void world's land. In terms of size, it was only slightly more than half of the Great Zhou. As for the remaining 10% of the land, it was filled with hundreds of small countries. As a buffer zone for Great Xia and Great Zhou, it reduced the border between the two superpowers. As Great Xia and Great Zhou had quite a deep relationship, there was almost no serious conflict. The two countries had their own methods of governing their country, and they could guarantee harmony inside and outside. Therefore, in the past 200 years, it could be said to be the most stable period in the history of the heavenly void world. There were almost no major conflicts. If not for the fact that more than 100 small countries often fought each other for small benefits, ordinary people probably would not have the concept of war in their minds. Other than that, there was the population and overall martial arts level. The current population of the Great Zhou had already exceeded 15 billion, and martial arts education had been popularized. As long as one was an adult, they could reach the Xiantian realm. The slightly more outstanding people could reach the inner world realm or even the deity realm. The best of them could even become human immortals and earth immortals. Even the Deva, heaven immortal, and heaven monarch realms which were unreachable 300 years ago often had ordinary people break through. All of this seemed to represent that the Great Zhou would become stronger and stronger, and it would move from one greatness to another, growing stronger and stronger forever. However, many knowledgeable people saw the hidden danger under this prosperity. And it was a huge crisis. It was the rapid expansion of the population and the serious lack of land in the future. This was not only a crisis for Great Xia or Great Zhou, but also for the entire heavenly void world. The people of the heavenly void world lived in a stable environment for a long time. Their desire to raise their descendants was very high, and the increase in their overall martial cultivation level also brought about a huge increase in their lifespan. An ordinary couple would probably have 4 or 5 children, or even more. This caused the population of the heavenly void world to expand at an extremely fast speed. There was still enough land for now, but in another 100 years, 200 years, even 500 years, 1,000 years. That might not be the case. In the Empress's bedroom in the Great Zhou Imperial Palace, Li Wei wore a bright red official uniform and rushed over. Then, she bowed very respectfully. "Greetings, Your Grace." She had long recovered her cultivation and taken a step forward. She had successfully reached the myriad techniques return to one realm and became a sage. Although Li Wei was already more than 1,000 years old, her face was still young and beautiful. However, in order to become the ruler of the dynasty, she no longer looked like a young girl. Instead, she looked a little more mature and looked to be in her 20s. In the Great Zhou Imperial Court, Li Wei was also Li Mingqiang's right hand. For nearly 130 years, Li Wei had been the prime minister. Many specific government decrees had also been implemented by her. In fact, she was already one of the most powerful people in the Great Zhou dynasty besides Li Mingqiang. However, Li Wei had always known her position very well. She knew very well that she was only the empress's personal aide. Her goal was to perform well and strive to be taught cultivation techniques that did not require the immortal true essence. She was definitely not a powerful official. It was even more impossible for her to become the person who truly controlled the country. Moreover, the empress of the Great Zhou, Li Mingqiang, had already occupied an extremely important position in Li Wei's heart. She would do her best to assist her and make the Great Zhou even greater. Yes. Li Mingqiang's slightly lazy voice sounded from behind the screen. Then, she walked out in a moon-white silk robe. As a sage king, the past 200 years had not affected her appearance at all. She was still beautiful. Of course, calling her a sage king was just an estimation of her realm. Actually, she did not know what realm she was in. As the Great Zhou grew stronger, Li Mingqiang's cultivation in the path of national fate also continued to increase. Under the nourishment of the country's luck, her soul golden core already possessed extremely dense rationality. Her Niwen palace even transformed into a golden sea. She was extremely powerful in terms of strength. With just a thought, she could destroy thousands of limitless golden immortals on the spot. Moreover, due to the uniqueness of the power of the country's fate, she could appear anywhere in the Great Zhou at any time. To a certain extent, this could even be called omnipotent. Your Grace, the ratio of population to land statistics you ordered has been done. Li Wei took out a jade slip very respectfully and handed it to Li Mingqiang with both hands. Not bad. Li Mingqiang smiled and nodded slightly. Then, she casually raised her hand and the jade slip landed in her palm. Light flowed on it. She quickly read the information inside and frowned. The heavenly void world is still too small. Li Mingqiang sighed softly. If I can't break through in terms of land and population, it'll probably be very difficult for my cultivation to improve in another 100 years. The core of the path of national luck was the strength of the country. The strength of the country was mainly affected by three things: the size of the country, the population, and the cultivation realm of the local martial artists. In the past 200 years, the Great Zhou's national strength had developed rapidly, and Li Mingqiang's cultivation realm had naturally soared. The increase in her cultivation realm could also be reflected back to the country, allowing the local martial artists to cultivate with half the effort, thereby further increasing the country's martial cultivation level. This was a very benign cycle. However, this cycle of mutual improvement was limited. With her current cultivation realm, she could at most make cultivation below the mystic deity realm faster. When one reached the mystic deity realm, their cultivation speed would naturally slow down. This would cause most of the people to stop at the mystic deity realm. They were the main source of the country's growth. However, if no new population was born for a long time, there would be no new devas, heaven immortals, or heaven monarchs. The growth of the country's strength would become extremely difficult. According to the results of Li Wei's investigation, this situation would appear in 100 years. The core problem was that the territory was not enough to accommodate so many people. At that time, Li Mingqiang's cultivation would almost become stagnant. Your Grace, can we swallow the lower world? Li Wei suggested. It was the only way she could think of. The land of the heavenly void world was limited, and the great Xia next door was established by the descendants of immortal venerables' disciples. It was impossible for the Great Zhou to invade their land. The Daoju star in the lower world was undoubtedly the best choice. No. Li Mingqiang shook her head gently and said, the heavenly void world and Daoju star can only communicate once every 100 years. If we extend our territory to the lower world, it will be irresponsible to the people of the lower world. Moreover, if that happens, I can only stay on Daoju star and have no chance to leave. Leave? Li Wei was a little surprised. Yes, at this point, I won't hide it from you, Li Mingqiang said in a low voice. In at least 100 years or 200 years, I should have a breakthrough. At that time, my cultivation should have reached a bottleneck and I won't be able to improve anymore. However, at that time, I should be able to use my divine power to gather the power of the country's luck and bring the entire Great Dew with me. That way, I can step into the starry sky and follow in Master's footsteps. Bring the entire Great Dew away? Li Wei's beautiful eyes widened as she said in disbelief, "What kind of great divine power is this? Your Grace, what realm are you in?" "I can't say for sure." Li Mingqiang shook her head gently and sighed. "I'm afraid I'll only know the path ahead after I see Master." Actually, she had tried to explore the path ahead herself, but without an effective reference, it was too difficult to walk a path alone. Especially when she was exploring a path that was higher than her current realm. It was almost impossible to do that. Seeing that Li Mingqiang was worried, Li Wei hurriedly said, "Is there anything I can help your Grace with?" "You can't help much." Li Mingqiang shook her head and smiled. "I can only work hard on my own or ask for guidance." At this point, she suddenly paused and looked towards the northeast with wide eyes. She said in surprise, "The passage between the heavenly void world and Daoju Star has been opened." "Cross-border passage?" Li Wei said in surprise, "Isn't it not the intersection period yet? How can there be a cross-border passage?" At this point, she was also stunned, and a surprise appeared on her face. The heavenly void world was essentially an alternate space outside Daoju Star. It was not connected to Daoju Star every moment. There was only a short intersection period every 100 years. Now that the intersection period has passed, there should be no way to establish a passage between the two. Unless someone used a great divine power to forcefully connect the two. And in her understanding, there was only one person who had such great divine power. "Is it immortal venerable?" Li Wei asked in surprise. "It should be Master, it should be Master." Li Mingqiang also became excited. Then, her figure swayed, and the silk robe on her body instantly turned into a proper dress. "Follow me to welcome Master." Kui Heng went into the heavenly void world and did not deliberately hide his aura. As long as Li Mingqiang did not fall behind in her cultivation of the country's luck, she should have directly sensed his arrival. Therefore, as soon as he landed, he saw two lights flying over from the southwest. They were extremely fast and arrived in front of him in the blink of an eye. Li Mingqiang was the first to appear from the light and knelt in front of Kui Heng respectfully. "Disciple greets Master." Li Wei followed closely behind and bowed very respectfully. "Greetings, Immortal Venerable." Kui Heng looked at the two people in front of him and nodded slightly with a smile. "Not bad, you haven't fallen behind in your cultivation." Kui Heng looked at the two people in front of him and nodded slightly with a smile. "Not bad, you haven't fallen behind in your cultivation." Li Mingqiang shook her head gently and said very respectfully, "If not for the country's luck that Master left behind, I wouldn't have achieved what I have today. The cultivation technique only opened a door for you." Kui Heng chuckled and said, "If you don't have the means to govern this country well, then it's just a wonderful technique. You're already doing very well. Thank you for your praise, Master." Li Mingqiang immediately felt satisfied. At this moment, she felt that all her efforts in the past 200 years were worth it. To be able to receive praise from her master was her greatest achievement and the most glorious honor. Kui Heng looked at Li Wei and said with a smile, "I didn't expect you to have also become a sage. After all this time, the two of you siblings are actually at the same realm. However, he is still using the immortal true essence as the foundation. It can't compare to your current achievements. He actually became a sage too." Li Wei seemed to be a little surprised, then she smiled faintly and said, "Then he can finally fulfill his former ideals and let our Li family and the 9 Deaths heavenly sect be on equal footing." "Li Cheng has such an ideal?" Kui Heng laughed when he heard this, but he shook his head gently and said, "However, his dream can't be fulfilled. The current Chongyang star is already very different from what you know." Then, he briefly explained the current situation of Chongyang star to the two of them to prevent them from being too shocked when they arrived. "What? There are already more than 1,000 sages in the 5 Views realm now?" Li Wei could not help but exclaim when she heard Kui Heng's explanation, her face filled with disbelief. If this news was not from Kui Heng, her first reaction would be that she had heard wrongly or that someone was trying to lie to her. This was too ridiculous and exaggerated. It was simply unbelievable. More than 100 years ago, there were already more than 800 sage in the Five Visions realm. Later on, Kui Heng released more myriad techniques return to one pill in small batches, naturally allowing the number of sages in the Five Visions realm to easily exceed 1,000. However, Li Wei quickly realized that she had lost her composure. She hurriedly bowed and apologized to Kui Heng, "Immortal Venerable, I didn't mean to interrupt just now. I was too surprised and couldn't help myself." "It's fine to interrupt occasionally." Kui Heng smiled. He did not care much about this. Then, he continued to talk about the changes on Chongyang Star. He gradually talked about Pei Qingshu's uprising, the establishment of the Wu dynasty, the implementation of order and rules, and so on. Junior brother actually became an emperor too. Li Mingqiang smiled when she heard this. Then, she seemed to have thought of something and smiled faintly. "Master, I'm actually already implementing the rules you implemented on Chongyang Star. Why don't you come and take a look at the order of my great Jew? Alright, take it as a test of your cultivation results over the past 200 years. Kui Heng nodded and smiled. With Kui Heng's current cultivation, he naturally did not need to travel everywhere to check the entire Great Jew. As long as he flew into the sky and looked down, he could see the entire Great Jew in the blink of an eye. Not only the people on the surface, but even the things that happened in the darkest corners could not escape his eyes. Therefore, Kui Heng brought Li Mingqiang and Li Wei into the sky and looked down. At this moment, the lights of the Great Jew and the smoke from the chimneys were all reflected in his eyes. He saw a stable and peaceful country where the people lived and worked in peace. The people here only needed to work hard every day to have a good life. They did not even need to be very strong. This was because the government and the imperial court were protecting them. Safety and order were perfectly reflected in the Great Jew dynasty. This was the world Kui Heng wanted. The reason why the Great Jew dynasty could become like this was related to the cultivation of the country's fortune that he had taught Li Mingqiang. Hence, after understanding this, Kui Heng immediately felt balls of purple gold light up in the Purple Mansion Golden Hall and begin to nourish his nascent soul, improving the essence of his nascent soul. The effect of his dharmic powers had become even stronger. There's also feedback like this. Kui Heng was overjoyed. This meant that as long as the source of the transformation in a world was him and he had managed to construct an orderly and safe world, he could obtain feedback. From another perspective, as long as Li Mingqiang's Great Jew dynasty had a stronger range of influence and maintained this stable and orderly safe state, it could constantly provide him with feedback. In that case, the process of my soul formation should be greatly accelerated. Kui Heng thought to himself and began to comprehend the changes in his dharmic powers. After receiving the nourishment of the purple golden divine light, although his nascent soul's cultivation did not increase, its essence was sublimating, making the effect of his dharmic powers even more mysterious. The process of a nascent soul cultivator breaking through to the soul formation realm was to let their Tao descend into reality, thereby achieving a distortion and great influence on the great Tao of reality. Therefore, although Kui Heng had yet to truly break through to the soul formation realm, after walking the path of the soul formation realm and condensing the purple golden divine light to increase the essence of his nascent soul, his dharmic powers had already had a similar effect. Now, this effect was even stronger. With a thought, he saw through the deep laws of the heavenly void world and clearly saw the state and operation of this small world. This is, Kui Heng's eyes suddenly lit up as he looked up. After the effect of his dharmic powers increased, he sensed the situation in the alternate space outside the heavenly void world. "Master, what's wrong?" Li Mingqiang noticed the change in Kui Heng's expression and asked curiously. "Mingqiang, your cultivation is about to reach a bottleneck, right?" Kui Heng retracted his gaze and asked Li Mingqiang. Through his observation just now, he had already discovered the hidden danger of the Great Jew. "Yes." Li Mingqiang nodded. "In another 100 years or so, there won't be enough land here." Land was not only about living space, but also various resources. If the population continued to grow explosively like now, it would be difficult to distribute the resources reasonably in 100 years. At that time, it would be difficult to maintain the current order, and all kinds of conflicts would definitely erupt. This was inevitable. Unless she could obtain more land and resources, it would be very difficult for her cultivation to improve. There's a chance to obtain more land now. Kui Heng pointed at the void above and smiled. Now, the heavenly void world is coming into contact with a small world. You mean? Li Mingqiang was stunned for a moment before she said in surprise, the heavenly void world has come to another alternate space with a small world. The heavenly void world was essentially formed from a fragment of the nine heavens cloud realm and had the characteristics of self-repair. Therefore, as long as it encountered some small worlds in the alternate space, it was possible to devour them and use them to repair itself. In the past thousands of years, the heavenly void world had devoured some small worlds several times, increasing its size. This was where the 3 Buddhist monasteries came from. Yes, I just discovered that there's a small world in this alternate space. Kui Heng nodded slightly and smiled. Moreover, the heavenly void world has already established a connection with it. The so-called alternate space was a special space that was attached to a normal material planet. The essence was the state of the spatial rift after it expanded. Spatial rifts were natural cracks formed by spatial fluctuations or compression. They had some connections with each other before, so after passing through a gap, they might appear outside another gap. This was also the foundation of long-distance teleportation. As long as he connected the 2 fixed gaps, he could achieve the effect of instantly crossing an extremely long distance. The teleportation array was set up with similar methods. However, the spatial rift was actually only in the primary stage. If a gap was allowed to grow and expand at will, after a long time, it would form a huge alternate space that would attach to the surrounding mass. This alternate space still retained the characteristics of a spatial rift. There might be a connection between 2 or more worlds. However, there was no matter inside the alternate space, so this connection was meaningless. However, if a substance from the outside world accidentally fell into an alternate space, the situation would be different. This substance would start from the alternate dimension it first came into contact with and circulate in the many alternate dimensions connected to it. And every once in a while, it would return to the original alternate space. This was actually the situation in the heavenly void world. It was the matter that cycled through multiple alternate dimensions. The alternate space attached to Daoju Star was the starting point of the heavenly void world. The heavenly void world would return every 100 years, so there was an intersection every 100 years. This was not the intersection period, which meant that the heavenly void world was wandering in other alternate spaces. This meant that there was an extremely low chance of encountering other small worlds. The last time the heavenly void world encountered a small world was thousands of years ago. I wonder what we'll encounter this time. Li Mingqiang was very interested in this and smiled. No matter what, the heavenly void world will definitely expand because of this. This way, there was a high chance that the shortage of land resources would be compensated. Don't be happy too early. Kui Heng shook his head and chuckled. According to the natural recovery speed of the heavenly void world, it will take at least 70 to 80 years to complete this merger. 70 to 80 years. That's not too late. Li Mingqiang estimated that although the conflicts between the various levels of the Great Jew would begin to appear in 70 to 80 years, they would most likely not develop to the point of intense conflict. However, in another dozen years, that small world will probably be gone. Kui Heng looked at the sky and then at Li Mingqiang. Mingqiang, do you want to help them? Ah! Li Mingqiang asked curiously, Master wants to bring us to that world? No. Kui Heng shook his head gently and said in a low voice, it's to speed up the fusion of this small world with the heavenly void world. To Kui Heng, it was not difficult to use his dharmic powers to affect the laws of the heavenly void world and another small world. To Kui Heng, it was not difficult to use his dharmic powers to affect the laws of the heavenly void world and another small world. He only needed to use the laws to connect the core laws of the two worlds and make some minor adjustments to the other laws to achieve a close connection with the heavenly void world. In this way, the new small world could perfectly fuse with the heavenly void world. It was simple. During this process, the ordinary people in that small world would not even feel anything. Only those who had reached a realm similar to the Xiantian realm and could sense the changes in the laws of heaven and earth could sense this change. The wind whistled, bringing with it a thick smell of blood and decay. Zhong Yangcheng returned to his hometown that he had been away from for 3 years, but the scene in front of him was difficult for him to accept. The once prosperous city was now dilapidated. All he could see were broken walls, collapsed houses, and broken limbs everywhere. There was almost no place intact. From the extent of the corpse's decomposition, it should have been 4 to 5 days since the city was destroyed, and the people inside had been dead for a long time. This 9-foot-tall muscular man fell silent. His entire body suddenly became as cold as a block of 10,000-year-old ice. Only his slightly trembling hands expressed the anger in his heart. D*MN demons. Zhong Yancheng's voice seemed to have been squeezed out of his throat. It was filled with anger and fear. The blood in his body burned like flames. His skin turned fiery red in an instant. All the pores on his body suddenly opened, and countless wisps of smoke spewed out from them, actually condensing into a thick layer of blood-colored fog above his head. Beside him stood a 28-year-old young girl. She was beautiful and petite. She wore a light red dress and was pure and cute. "Senior brother, we're still too late." The girl's expression was sorrowful as she gently held Zhong Yancheng's palm. She bit her red lips and comforted, "We've already obtained the legendary demon-slaying sword. We can definitely kill the demon emperor and save our world." Demon-slaying sword. Zhong Yangcheng seemed to have awakened some memories and muttered, "Yes, we still have the demon-slaying sword." Then, he stretched out his palm and focused. Immediately, a green light lit up in his palm, and a 3-foot-3-inch long sword appeared out of thin air. The body of this long sword was engraved with dense patterns. Every line seemed to contain a strange and powerful force, making one unable to help but be mesmerized. Boom! Zhong Yangcheng knelt on the ground with his sword in hand. He kowtowed and said loudly, "Father, mother, and everyone in the city, I will definitely hold the sword in my hand and kill all the demons in the world to quell the demon chaos and return this world to the peaceful scene from 10 years ago. 10 years ago. It was 60 years since the new dynasty was established, and the power of the country had reached its peak. The country had a wise ruler and he worked hard to govern the country. The world was about to prosper. Everyone knew that this would be the first golden age after the 200-year chaotic war. But one night, the moon suddenly emitted a strange light. Countless drops of rain fell from the sky with the moonlight, landing in the wilderness and on countless animals. At first, such a phenomenon did not attract anyone's attention. It was even explained by the imperial astronomer as rain from the sky, indicating that a golden age was approaching. It was an auspicious sign bestowed by the heavens. But soon, people realized that something was wrong. First, the beast grew larger. The originally relatively thin wild wolves had actually become ferocious beasts that were more than 7 feet tall. The ferocious tigers were even more exaggerated. Ferocious tigers that were more than 30 feet tall appeared in many places. The other beasts also grew larger. Moreover, as the beasts became larger, the flesh and bones of these beasts became stronger, and their defense increased greatly. Such a change immediately brought about a very serious disaster. A ferocious tiger more than 30 feet tall was simply a nightmare. It could kill a large number of armored soldiers with a single slap. When such a ferocious beast appeared, it required thousands of elite soldiers to take it down. Moreover, they were all soldiers who knew martial arts and held superior weapons. However, if a huge wolf appeared, it would be even more terrifying. This was because wild wolves usually appeared in groups. There were dozens of wolves that were more than 7 feet or 10 feet tall. They were even enough to crush a city. However, even with such a change, the new dynasty could barely handle it by relying on the power of the country that was still at its peak. However, as time passed, some of the wild beasts underwent new changes. Not only did they possess powerful bodies, but they also began to gain abilities to control the elements like wind and lightning, ice and fire, and possessed the ability to mobilize the power of heaven and earth. Moreover, in the 5th year of the mutation, a beast with a human body and a beast head appeared. This was termed a demon. Demons were stronger than mutated beasts and had more systematic strength. Their bodies were also stronger. Most importantly, they had intelligence equivalent to ordinary humans. Hence, disaster descended. From the day the demons appeared, the humans of this world began to be completely defeated. Be it the martial sects or the imperial court, they were unable to resist the invasion of such powerful creatures. In less than 2 years, the originally prosperous new dynasty completely collapsed. The emperor disappeared, and the courtiers fled in all directions. The generals of the various armies led their tribes to defend the city and eke out a miserable existence. However, the demons became stronger again. A leader among them who could completely transform into a human appeared. He was respected as a demon emperor and led all the demons in the world. He even shouted the slogan of destroying the human race. Just as everyone was feeling despair, Zhong Yangcheng accidentally obtained a book and learned that there had similarly been a demon chaos in this land a long time ago. In the end, it was a peerless hero who obtained a demon-slaying sword bestowed by an immortal that ended this chaotic war and returned the mortal world to peace. Hence, Zhong Yangcheng left home resolutely. After 3 years and countless hardships, he finally obtained this legendary sword. After Zhong Yangcheng knelt down and bowed, he stood up with the demon-slaying sword in his hand. His entire body emitted dense killing intent as he gritted his teeth and said, "The demon-slaying sword has already sensed the whereabouts of the demonic chi. Today, I'll use these demons who destroyed my hometown as a sacrifice to my sword." On a hill not far from Zhong Yangcheng, a middle-aged man in golden clothes stood side by side with a handsome young man. The two of them looked at Zhong Yangcheng's departing figure with pity in their eyes. If an official who had served in the imperial court was here, they would definitely be able to easily recognize that this man in luxurious clothes was the emperor who had been missing for several years. If any of the generals who had fought with the demons were here, they would be able to recognize that the demonic man beside the emperor was the leader of the demons, the demon emperor. They were actually standing together. Demon-slaying sword. What a good name. The demon emperor revealed a sinister smile. A sword condensed from the luck of the human race is only used to kill some small demons. How delightful. If not, how can we consume the luck of the human race and speed up the rise of the demon race? The emperor also smiled. He looked at Zhong Yangcheng with some pity and chuckled. Poor fool. He still thinks that he has found a way to save the world. Rumble. Rumble. Accompanied by the rumbling thunder, golden lightning spread out in the sky. Moreover, the length of this lightning was extremely exaggerated, as if it extended to the end of the sky. The emperor frowned as he looked at the sky. His expression suddenly became solemn as he said curiously, "There's something wrong with this lightning. It gives me an ominous feeling. Our demon race is afraid of lightning, but are you humans also afraid?" The demon emperor chuckled with a normal expression. "It's just a change in the weather caused by the stimulation of laws and principles. It's not surprising. It should be that the sacred demon heavens is invading the laws of this world." "Is that true?" The emperor was still worried. "You humans like to worry about such useless things." The demon emperor laughed disdainfully and said indifferently, "In terms of your human cultivation realms, I'm already a mystic deity. My comprehension of laws is far above yours. I won't be wrong." "That's good then." The emperor nodded and looked in the direction Zhong Yangcheng left. He said in a low voice, "When he uses the demon-slaying sword to exhaust the luck of the human race, we can begin to receive the power of the Saint Demon Heaven, right?" "That's right." The demon emperor nodded and then smiled. "My emperor, you've asked this question 100 times. Why are you still asking?" "Because I've been away from the sacred demon realm for too long and have had enough of living in human bodies. I want to go back." The emperor's expression suddenly turned cold as he said in a low voice, "Don't treat me as a human anymore, let alone call me a human. Ha ha ha." Good, good, good. The demon emperor nodded repeatedly, then smiled and said, I don't treat you as a human, I'm just saying it. You know very well that only after returning to the Saint Demon Heaven will you have a chance to return to your demon body. I naturally know this. The emperor snorted and looked in the direction Zhong Yangcheng left. I only hope that this kid can work harder and consume the power of the demon-slaying sword as soon as possible. Rumble. At this moment, the thunder and lightning in the sky continued, and it was showing signs of intensifying. The demon emperor and the human emperor could not help but look up. Countless golden lightning bolts began to interweave with each other, as if they had formed an incomparably huge lightning net that wanted to envelop everything under the sky. The demon emperor and the human emperor became even more excited. In their opinion, this meant that the power of the sacred demon heaven was increasing. They could return to the sacred demon realm soon. Zhong Yancheng's footsteps were very fast. Before long, he and his junior sister, Yang Luo, arrived outside a forest. This was originally an ordinary forest, and there were no ferocious beasts in the past. However, after the drastic change 10 years ago, many mutated beasts appeared here and slaughtered the surrounding villages. However, in the past, their strength was limited and they could not break through the city. They usually only hunted outside the city. This time, they could actually slaughter all the people in the city. A powerful demon must have appeared. Senior brother, Yang Luo gently pulled the corner of Zhong Yancheng's shirt and looked at the deep forest in front of him. He said worriedly, the environment in this forest is complicated. If we enter rashly, we'll probably suffer an ambush. I'm already prepared. Zhong Yancheng's gaze was calm as he slowly walked forward. He raised his left hand and pressed it on a tree at the foot of the mountain. Then, he circulated the true qi in his body. The surrounding heaven-earth origin qi immediately gathered, and the surrounding temperature suddenly increased. Hoo! The tree instantly dried up. A ball of flames ignited from where Zhong Yangcheng was pressing down and quickly spread. In the blink of an eye, the entire tree burned. Slash! Zhong Yangcheng suddenly shouted. The demon-slaying sword in his right hand swept forward, and a scarlet sword light soared into the sky, spreading in all directions with the flames that burned the tree. Under the catalysis of this sword light and Zhong Yancheng's true essence, the countless trees all over the mountain quickly dried up, and most of the water was evaporated. At this moment, the entire forest had become like a large piece of dry wood that would burn upon contact with fire. The burning trees ignited each other and spread out at an extremely fast speed. Scarlet flames soared into the sky. In the blink of an eye, most of the foot of the mountain had turned into a sea of fire. Screams came from inside. Setting fire to the mountain. This was Zhong Yancheng's first step in eliminating the demons. The demons were hiding in the forest and their whereabouts were mysterious. It was extremely disadvantageous to him. In that case, he would destroy this forest first. Moreover, ordinary little demons could not withstand such a large-scale mountain fire. While burning down this entire forest, it would definitely be able to burn many little demons to death. It could be said to be killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Senior brother is so powerful. Yang Luo looked at the raging flames in front of her and exclaimed happily, with a single strike, mountain flames filled the sky. With the enhancement of the demon-slaying sword, senior brother's strength is no weaker than an earth immortal, right? Yes. Zhong Yangcheng nodded and tightened his grip on the demon-slaying sword. He could not hide the excitement in his heart and said happily, as expected of a divine weapon wielded by an ancient immortal to kill demons. Its power is indeed extraordinary. With my current human immortal cultivation, I shouldn't be able to dry all the trees in the forest. But with the help of the demon-slaying sword, I did it. This is already the ability of an earth immortal. With the help of the demon-slaying sword, senior brother, you can definitely save the world. Yang Luo's pretty face was filled with excitement as she smiled and said, in my opinion, this should only be the initial power of the demon-slaying sword. Senior brother, as long as you use the demon-slaying sword more in the future, you might be able to unleash even greater power. I think so too. Zhong Yangcheng nodded and said, as the saying goes, only by carrying a Dao sword can one reach perfection. If I use the demon-slaying sword often, I will one day obtain the strength to kill the demon emperor. I think so too. Zhong Yangcheng nodded and said, as the saying goes, only by carrying a Dao sword can one reach perfection. If I use the demon-slaying sword often, I will one day obtain the strength to kill the demon emperor. Junior sister, thank you. If not for you staying by my side, I probably would have collapsed long ago. Moreover, the reason why I could find the demon-slaying sword was because of your help. Senior brother, this is what I should do. Yang Luo blushed and lowered her head. She seemed to be a little shy and did not dare to look directly at Zhong Yangcheng. Here. Ridiculous. At this moment, a cold laughter came from the forest. This voice carried a bone-chilling aura that made one feel fear. Who is it? Zhong Yangcheng held the demon-slaying sword and took a step forward. He shouted, "Who is it? Little thing, are you qualified to ask who I am?" The voice was still high and mighty. Moreover, with the appearance of this voice, clouds condensed in the sky. In the blink of an eye, heavy rain poured down. The fire that had just burned down the mountain immediately became smaller, and thick smoke rose. In a short while, the flames that were burning brightly just now were all extinguished. Calling the wind and summoning the rain, Zhong Yangcheng exclaimed and looked at the sky in disbelief. His body trembled slightly and his heart sank. He knew very well what this ability meant. Only the legendary Heaven Immortals could summon the wind and rain. Heaven Immortal. There was actually a Heaven Immortal level demon in this forest. How could this be? There were only 3 Heaven Immortals in the entire human race. Even if there were more Heaven Immortals among the demons, there would not be more than 10. They were basically the leaders of the various demon tribes. Why would they appear in such a place? What should I do now? Zhong Yangcheng could only force himself to calm down and stabilize his mentality. However, facing a Heaven Immortal level demon, it was useless to just calm down. With his human immortal cultivation, even if he held the demon-slaying sword, it was impossible for him to be its match. A small ant holding a piece of scrap metal wants to kill the demon emperor? What a fool's dream. At this moment, that voice came from the mountain again, filled with disdain. At the same time, the thick smoke that rose into the sky surged and actually transformed into the outline of a huge tiger. Its 2 eyes flickered with red light as it looked down at Zhong Yang, who had become Yang Luo. The huge tiger formed by the thick smoke was extremely huge. It was more than 300 feet long and floated in the sky above the forest. It was like a ferocious beast that had walked out of the netherworld, giving off a huge pressure. Senior brother, this demon didn't appear directly. Instead, it appeared like this. Is there a problem with its condition? Yang Luo suddenly whispered, perhaps it's just bluffing. Senior brother, why don't you try attacking with the demon-slaying sword with all your might? That's right. If he really wants to kill us, there's no need for such a warning. He can just attack directly. Zhong Yangcheng suddenly woke up and immediately circulated the true essence in his body. He waved his sword and slashed at the sky. At the same time, he shouted sternly, "Monster, die." The power of the demon-slaying sword was immediately activated. A sword light that contained the dignity of the human race burst out as he waved his sword. It shot into the sky and slashed at the thick smoke that condensed into the appearance of a huge tiger. At this moment, Zhong Yangcheng felt that he had incomparably powerful strength. He could slash open the sky and shatter the ground. An unprecedented feeling of power filled his heart. Boom! With a single sword strike, the thick smoke that gathered in the sky was blown away, and the giant tiger disappeared without a trace. Even a large portion of the mountain peak in the forest had been shaved off. This is the power of the demon-slaying sword. Zhong Yangcheng was amazed. He was incomparably excited and said happily, "That's great. This power is too strong." As expected of the demon-slaying sword. That's right, it's really powerful. Yang Luo nodded and said with a smile, "I knew it. As long as you use the demon-slaying sword more in the future, you will definitely be able to unleash even more power." He, insignificant tricks. But at this moment, disdainful laughter came from the forest again. It sounded like he was not injured at all. At the same time, an incomparably powerful aura rose from the forest again, enveloping most of the forest. Compared to before, it was even stronger. How did this happen? Zhong Yangcheng frowned. However, he was much calmer this time. The powerful might of the demon-slaying sword gave him confidence. Senior brother, remember to use the demon-slaying sword. Yang Luo reminded him softly. Boom. The golden lightning net in the distance had already spread over. An extremely powerful lightning power surged over and swept through the world. The nomological power contained in it made all living beings above the Xiantian realm tremble in fear. Zhong Yangcheng was naturally no exception. He even diverted his attention from the demon in the mountain, making him unable to help but look up. This sudden golden lightning net was too shocking. The entire sky seemed to be enveloped by it. He had never seen such a scene in his life. Yang Luo seemed to be shocked as well, and her face turned pale. She immediately hid behind Zhong Yangcheng, and her eyes could not hide her shock and fear. At the same time, the powerful aura coming from the mountain actually weakened a little. It was no longer as ferocious as before and even became a little erratic, as if it could dissipate at any moment. Zhong Yangcheng keenly noticed this, and his eyes immediately lit up. He said happily, "These lightning bolts have a weakening effect on the demons in the mountain. Now is a good time." As he spoke, he was about to wave the demon-slaying sword again. But at this moment, Yang Luo suddenly grabbed Zhong Yancheng's arm and shook her head gently. "Senior brother, there's something wrong with this lightning. Let's find a place to hide now." "What?" Zhong Yangcheng was stunned. He knew that his junior sister had extraordinary spiritual perception since she was young and could sense many dangers that ordinary people could not. Hence, Zhong Yangcheng hurriedly turned around and realized that Yang Luo was trembling and her head was covered in cold sweat. "Senior brother," Yang Luo hesitated, looking very weak and pitiful. "Let's go, we'll leave first." Zhong Yangcheng had no choice but to give up on attacking the forest for the time being and choose to leave with Yang Luo. But before he could walk far, he saw a scene that he would never forget. The golden lightning net that enveloped the sky suddenly gathered together. Then, it poured down from the sky like a waterfall, forming a huge light screen that connected heaven and earth. Immediately after, countless laws in the world appeared and condensed into billions of lights of different colors that shot towards the huge light curtain. At the same time, the ground began to tremble, and the mountains began to shake. Even the eternally unchanging sky actually had huge holes appear. Moreover, these empty holes reflected various scenes. There were mountains, rivers, land, seas, cities, villages, and countless commoners. It was another world. And it was incomparably prosperous. At this moment, everyone in the world saw the phenomenon in the sky, as well as the huge light curtain and the scene reflected in the void. Was that another world? Countless people had such thoughts in their hearts. And on that hillside, the emperor looked at the scene in the sky with suspicion and frowned as he said to the demon emperor, "Are you really sure that this phenomenon is normal and is interfered with by the laws of the sacred demon realm?" The demon emperor, who had been calm and composed, had already changed expressions. He looked at the sky in horror and said in disbelief, "What's going on? What is this reflection? It's not the sacred demon heavens. This is the heavenly void world. Of course, it's not the saint demon heaven." At this moment, a faint voice suddenly sounded. Immediately after, the emperor and demon emperor felt dizzy. When they reacted, they realized that they were no longer where they were. Instead, they'd arrived in the sky. There were 3 people standing beside them, 2 women and a man. The young man had a faint smile on his face. He looked very gentle, but his aura made the emperor and demon emperor's blood run cold. Who was this person? What is going on now? What exactly happened just now? Moreover, what did this person just say? This wasn't the saint demon heaven, but the heavenly void world. What kind of place was the heavenly void world? Doubts surfaced in their minds. At this moment, Kui Heng also looked at the 2 of them with interest, especially the demon emperor. He chuckled and said, "A demon? This is a rare sight." Kui Heng had often seen demons in various artistic works on Earth. Kui Heng had often seen demons in various artistic works on Earth. It was almost a necessary race for xianxia and fantasy. However, after transmigrating to this high-level xianxia world, he had never seen a demon before. Daoju Star's overall martial strength was not high. It was understandable if there were no demons, but it was a little strange that there were no demons on Chongyang Star, a place that even had sages. Moreover, be it during the journey to Chongyang Star or when he was flipping through various ancient books on Chongyang Star, he had never seen any clear records of demons. However, no matter which planet it was, as long as there was a civilization, there would be legends about demons. Even if there had never been a demon on the planet they were on, and there were no traces of a demon, it was the same. This was very strange. Therefore, even to Kui Heng, who had already embarked on the path to the soul formation realm, demons were still a rather mysterious group. Although he could casually enlighten and create countless demons with his current cultivation realm, this was still different from the concept of naturally awakening intelligence and forming a race, or even a long-term inheritance. Now that he suddenly saw a demon, it was a pleasant surprise for him. Compared to Kui Heng's surprise, the demon emperor only felt horrified. From his body to his soul, he felt that he had encountered the most terrifying existence in his life. It made him feel that his entire body was trembling, and he was so terrified that he was about to die. Just looking at Kui Heng and sensing the bit of aura emitted by Kui Heng made him almost collapse and die. How can there be such a terrifying existence? The demon emperor's heart was completely filled with fear. He was extremely flustered and thought to himself, "My soul's essence is that of a sage king. Even if I encounter a seventh realm creator, I won't die from fear just by taking a look. Could he be a Dao Lord? A Dao Lord with a peak seventh realm Dao body? How is this possible? How can there be a Dao Lord in the Broken Realm Sea? Has the heaven realm reopened?" Thinking of this, the already ashen face of this demon emperor became even paler. His entire body seemed to have been drained of its bones and he collapsed. However, he was still trying his best to control his body and beg Kui Heng for mercy. In comparison, the emperor beside him felt much better. He still maintained his human body. No matter how one looked at it, he still looked like a human. He could comfort himself that since he was a human, this expert with unbelievable power might not do anything to him. But just as the emperor thought that he could muddle through, Kui Heng looked at him and chuckled. "Your soul is a little different from a normal human's. A human's soul actually looks like a dog." Before the emperor could react to what was going on, he suddenly felt his entire body lighten, as if he had been pulled out of his restraints by some invisible force. This feeling actually gave him an indescribable sense of comfort. However, he soon could not feel comfortable. The emperor quickly discovered his situation. His soul was pulled out of his body and fixed beside it, unable to move. I. He immediately became incoherent. He was terrified to the extreme and could not even say a complete sentence. At this moment, the demon emperor finally managed to control his body with great difficulty. He kowtowed in the air and knelt in front of Kui Heng, shouting, "Greetings, Dao Lord. Please spare my life." "Dao Lord?" Kui Heng's eyes lit up when he heard that. He nodded and said with a smile, "I won't kill you for the time being. However, I have some questions for you. I hope you can answer them truthfully." Yes, I will definitely answer truthfully. Dao Lord, feel free to ask." The demon emperor hurriedly nodded and heaved a sigh of relief. The fear in his heart finally gradually subsided. Me too. The emperor, who had already transformed into a dog soul, hurriedly shouted. He also wanted to save his life. "The two of you can stay here for now." Kui Heng nodded slightly and froze the two demons in the air. Then, he said to Li Mingqiong beside him, "A small world has merged here. Go and take a look." "Yes, master." Li Mingqiong nodded happily, her heart filled with excitement. To her, the merger of a new world was a great thing. The land resources in the heavenly void world were limited, which meant that the development of the Great Jew's national strength would directly cause her cultivation realm to stagnate. Now that a new world had merged, it meant that the land resources of the heavenly void world had increased, and it had also brought a large number of natives with it. These were all necessary factors to increase the strength of the country. Li Mingqiong even had a feeling that as long as she could seize this opportunity, she would have a chance to break through the current bottleneck and completely submerge the Soul Golden Core. From then on, she would step into a realm similar to the seventh realm of the immortal world. At the same time that the Demon Emperor and the Human Emperor were captured, everyone in that world was stunned. The waves of shocking phenomena had already stunned everyone in that world. However, as the world-piercing light curtain began to sweep through the entire world, people felt that it was not surprising at all. Before the two worlds completely merged, the golden light curtain that had only landed at one place earlier moved. First, its width extended to the end of the world, then spread to both sides in front of it. Layers of light were pushed out and began to sweep through the entire world at an extremely fast speed. It was as if it was scanning the entire world, including all the living beings in this world, as well as the void intersection points, spatial rifts, and so on. After confirming that there were no problems, this small world finally completely integrated into the heavenly void world. To the natives of this world, they only felt the ground under their feet move, and then there was nothing unusual. However, any martial artist who had the ability to sense the laws of heaven and earth was shocked. They realized that on the level of laws, the world they were in had actually changed. The sky became higher, the ground thicker, and the Dharma and logos became more mysterious, vast, and unfathomable. This feeling was as if the entire world had broken through a realm and undergone a huge sublimation. No one knew what had happened. Everyone was confused. However, as a group of martial artists who claimed to be from the Great Jew appeared, the natives of this world roughly understood what was going on. The world they were in had actually been merged with another. Zhong Yangcheng was stunned. He had never thought that there would be so many devas, heaven immortals, and even legendary heaven monarchs in the world. These unbelievably powerful and terrifying existences appeared in groups. Then, they broke through all the places where the demons gathered and captured the demons who caused trouble. The entire process was effortless. There was no intense battle at all. It was a one-sided suppression, like hunting for entertainment. This undoubtedly caused a huge impact on Zhong Yancheng's concept of life. He watched helplessly as those incomparably powerful demons were captured by the great Jew martial artists in various ways. For a moment, he doubted the value of his life. After all, the moment he obtained the demon-slaying sword, he had already sworn that from now on, he would only live to kill demons and save the world. Now, he had yet to do anything. He had yet to even kill the demon that destroyed his hometown when it was snatched away by a great Jew martial artist. Those martial artists from the Great Jew were extremely powerful and directly wiped out all the demons in the world. And that was the end of it. Had he won? It was not that this outcome was not good. The demons had been eliminated and the world had returned to normal. Zhong Yangcheng was naturally very happy. But he felt that something was amiss. These things that should have been done by him were now over. What should he do now? What should he do with the demon-slaying sword? What was the value of his life? It had been 3 months since the merger of the worlds. Zhong Yangcheng had already figured out the situation of the so-called Great Jew dynasty, but he still seemed to be unable to recover from this shock and appeared very dispirited. Fortunately, he had the company of his junior sister, Yang Luo, to comfort him and ease his mind. Recently, when Yang Luo saw that Zhong Yangcheng had not recovered, she took the initiative to bring him to the capital of the Great Jew. She wanted him to try and find the value of his life in the most prosperous place in that new world. Junior sister, the capital of the Great Jew is ahead. Zhong Yangcheng sat in the carriage and looked at the majestic city in the distance. He could not help but praise, "What a great country. It can actually build such a huge city. Yes, this is the capital of the Great Jew, and also the most prosperous place in the entire heavenly void world." Yang Luo also looked at the huge city in front of her with a slightly complicated expression. "Junior sister, are you hiding something from me?" Zhong Yangcheng looked at Yang Luo with concern. Although he had been a little dispirited recently, his mind was still sharp. "No, I'm not." Yang Luo's gaze became a little evasive when asked this question. In the end, she closed her eyes and bit her lip gently. "Senior brother, You'll understand when we reach the capital of the Great Jew. Zhong Yangcheng fell silent when he heard this. Then, he smiled and said, since you're unwilling to say, I won't force you. When you want to say it, I'll listen at any time. Thank you, senior brother. Yong Luo lowered her head. Her nose was a little sore, but she still thought to herself, I'm sorry, senior brother. I'm sorry. Demon Emperor, I sensed that you were in the capital. I've sent the demon-slaying sword to you. This should be of help to you, right? The capital of the Great Jew was the safest place in the entire heavenly void world. The capital of the Great Jew was the safest place in the entire heavenly void world. There were as many heaven immortals as there were clouds here, and heaven monarchs were as common as rain. The heads of the various government offices in the capital also had mystic deity and Tai mystic deity cultivation, and the members of the imperial court were even golden immortal mighty figures. Not to mention the unfathomable empress and the current prime minister. As long as a creator did not descend, there would be no danger in the capital of the Great Jew. And it was impossible for the prisoners imprisoned in the capital to escape. Bai Hong already had a deep understanding of this. He was the demon emperor. He was captured by Kui Heng with the human emperor, Xiong Zhan, and imprisoned in the prison of the Great Jew imperial city. The prison was filled with restrictions that firmly suppressed the power and soul in their bodies. It even suppressed the strength of their bodies, allowing them to only retain the abilities of ordinary people. Even sages would be completely suppressed if they were imprisoned here. It was impossible for them to escape. Although Bai Hong's main body was a Bifang divine bird at the level of a sage king, he had sent a wisp of his soul to reincarnate. In this life, he was just an ordinary swallow. Even if he retained the soul characteristics of a sage king and did not suffer much during reincarnation, and had the help of the emperor lava that descended from the saint demon heaven, he had only barely recovered to the mystic deity realm. However, in the Great Jew heavenly prison, a mere mystic deity could not do anything. Moreover, even if he could really walk out of the prison, it was meaningless. There was a Tao Lord in the capital. Tao Lord? How can there be a Tao Lord in the broken realm sea in the alternate space? Bai Hong could not believe this level of strength even after 3 months. It felt like a dream. 100 years of hiding, 100 years of planning, and 10 years of finally erupting. The purpose of the entire 200 years of preparation was to absorb that small world into the sacred demon heaven. Just as he was about to succeed, he actually met a Tao Lord. This was absurd. Don't be puzzled. There are all kinds of strange things in the myriad worlds. Xiongzhen laughed and lay on the straw mat. We're just unlucky. We encountered something that doesn't happen even in 10,000 years. He was locked in a cell with Bai Hong, but he had long resigned himself to his fate. Other than eating, he slept. Other than sleeping, he ate. He lived quite freely. According to the rules left behind by the heaven realm, it's impossible for even a creator to descend to the lower world, let alone a Tao Lord. Bai Hong frowned in thought. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as if he had thought of something. You're crazy. Xiongzhen looked at him mockingly and shook his head. If a creator can't descend to the lower world, can't a creator be born in the myriad worlds and starry skies? It's the same for a Tao Lord. No, it's different. Bai Hong shook his head. It's impossible to become a Tao Lord outside the heavens. You've been away from the saint demon heaven for too long and become disillusioned after reincarnation. You've been an ordinary human for too long. It's normal not to know about this. You're treating me as a human again? Xiongzhen was suddenly furious. I don't want to argue with you, Bai Hong shouted in a low voice. His eyes darted around before he suddenly lowered his voice and said, Do you think he's not a real Tao Lord? Xiongzhen fell silent when he heard this. After thinking for a moment, he nodded and said, It's indeed possible. The questions he asked us are not right. The situation in the sacred demon heaven, the information about the heavens, the central heaven realm, and even the Tao Lord realm doesn't seem like something a Tao Lord will ask. That's right. Perhaps he just used a special Dharma treasure to make us mistake him for a Tao Lord. Bai Hong smiled and seemed to relax a lot. If that's really the case, Then we might still have a chance. What chance? Xiongzhen rolled his eyes and smiled indifferently. Can we escape? Why not? Bai Hong laughed. The two of them communicated with their souls and were not worried about being discovered by the prison guards. However, Bai Hong did not say how to escape. Instead, he suddenly looked east. That was the eastern gate of the great Zhou imperial city. It was the most prosperous city gate in the thronging city. At the same time, Zhong Yangcheng and Yang Luo walked past the east gate and arrived in the capital of the Great Zhou. Great Zhou Imperial Palace, Immortal Encounter Pavilion. This was an attic built by Empress Li Mingqiong 300 years ago. The design was gorgeous and exquisite. It was located in the southeast of the imperial city, not far from the bedroom. It was said that this was built by Empress Li Mingqiong to commemorate the immortal she met when she was young. In the past 300 years, although this attic had never been inhabited, she had never stopped sending people to clean it. Now, Kui Heng was temporarily staying in this Immortal Encounter Pavilion. Every day, Li Mingqiong would come over to serve him with the etiquette of a disciple and ask some questions about cultivation. Today, she came over as usual and saw Kui Heng standing on a high ground, looking towards the east. Li Mingqiong asked curiously, "Master, what are you looking at?" "You're here." Kui Heng nodded lightly and said, "I'm observing Bai Hong's trump card." "Trump card?" Li Mingqiong said in surprise. Could it be that the demon still has a way to escape? A sage king more or less has some methods. Kui Heng turned around and smiled. This trump card is in Zhong Yancheng's hands. Zhong Yangcheng? Li Mingqiong also looked to the east. Her gaze passed through the figures and she saw Zhong Yangcheng and Yang Luo, who had just entered the capital. "Master, are you talking about the sword in Zhong Yancheng's hand that has condensed a portion of the human race's luck?" Zhong Yangcheng could be said to be the child of destiny of that small world. He was the one destined by the heavens. Li Mingqiong naturally knew about him long ago. "No." Kui Heng shook his head and said, "It's a method to condense a huge amount of human luck into a sword. The core of that demon-slaying sword is a spirit guide. There's a faint connection between it and Bai Hong. From the looks of it, it should have been refined by a Dao Lord who's good at concealment techniques. This way, as long as this demon-slaying sword enters Bai Hong's perception range, he can use this trace of connection to activate the spirit guidance. The effect is most likely to help him return to the Saint Demon Heaven. Master wants to use this opportunity to see what's going on in the Saint Demon Heaven?" Li Mingqiong was very surprised. "No, now is not the time." Kui Heng shook his head gently and said with a smile, "But it's not a problem to use this opportunity to pry into the general situation of the sacred demon heaven. I can also use this opportunity to perfect Bai Hong's soul." Before imprisoning Bai Hong and Xiongzhen, he'd questioned the two of them. He learned a lot of information. First was the so-called Dao Lord. This was a respectful title for a peak 7th realm expert. After reaching the grand completion stage of the Dao body, a creator would obtain a comprehensive sublimation. Not only would the power of his divine powers increase greatly, but his control over the laws would also rise to a higher level. His strength far exceeded that of a creator. He could also rely on the control of his Dao body over the great Dao laws to create living beings within the range of the Dao body laws. For example, those who cultivated the Calamity Dao body could create all kinds of living beings related to Calamity after reaching grand completion. If they cultivated the Heavenly Thunder Dao body, they could create living beings formed by lightning all over their body. There were many possibilities. In Kui Heng's opinion, this was somewhat similar to a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator's technique, but it still had a range problem. It functioned like a weaker version of a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator. However, whether it was that they only had some characteristics of the mid-stage nascent soul realm, and their actual power was not at that level, or if they were limited by the cultivation method, that even if they had reached a realm similar to the mid-stage nascent soul realm, they could only possess a portion of its power, this could not be confirmed yet. It could only be verified after he met a true Dao Lord. Then, there was the situation in the sacred demon heaven. According to Bai Hong, it was the source of all the demons in the Saint Demon Heaven and even the myriad worlds. Moreover, a long time ago, a supreme existence at the ninth realm had appeared in the Saint Demon Heaven. He comprehended the ultimate mysteries of the immortal world and established a huge reputation in the central heaven realm. This also directly affected all the heavenly regions, realms, and starry skies under the central heaven realm. As a result, even if there were no demons, as long as a civilization was born, legends about demons would naturally appear. Although the sacred demon realm had fallen and was far from being as powerful as it once was, it could still be considered one of the strongest among the heavens. They had 9 Tao Lord experts. There were even more creator-level cultivators. The reason why these experts did not appear in the starry skies of the myriad worlds was because of the rules that the central heaven had once set for the heavens. Without an edict from the heavenly world, existences above the creator realm could not descend to the lower world. Now, the heaven realm had long disappeared, and the door to the heaven realm had long closed. As for the more specific situation, Bai Hong could not say. This was because he was only a reincarnated body after his main body split off an ordinary soul. His memories were not complete, and he only had a general understanding of the sacred demon heaven. Many details did not exist in his memories. However, as long as he could open the connection with the Saint Demon Heaven, even if it was only for an instant, he could recover his soul. In that instant, Kui Heng could use the connection between Bai Hong's soul and his main body to forcefully gather that portion of his soul and make his soul complete. To him, who was already at the peak of the nascent soul realm, this was not a difficult thing. Zhong Yangcheng brought young Luo to the capital and found a restaurant to stay in. The location of the restaurant was decided by young Luo. It was less than 3 miles away from the Great Jew Heavenly Prison. It was sparsely populated and cold. The advantage was that the accommodation was cheap. That night, the two of them stayed in separate rooms. But none of them fell asleep. Young Luo sat by the window and looked anxiously in the direction of the prison, as if she was looking forward to something. Zhong Yangcheng sat in front of the table and placed the demon-slaying sword on it. He looked at the sword that he had painstakingly obtained with a complicated gaze and sighed. Then, he looked in the direction of the next door and muttered, "Junior sister, is this your goal? Why would you do this?" As the son of destiny, Zhong Yangcheng was actually already connected to the demon-slaying sword's spirituality. His understanding of the demon-slaying sword far exceeded the expectations of others, so he had naturally guessed what young Luo wanted to do. Clang! Just as Zhong Yangcheng was feeling complicated, the demon-slaying sword suddenly trembled and flew out. Then, a golden sword light suddenly tore through the night sky of the capital like a golden river, illuminating the sky and earth. The mountains and rivers were reflected in it, as if it was another world. Young Luo stood up immediately and stared fixedly at the golden river in the sky. His eyes were filled with anticipation as he said with a trembling voice, "Finally, it's finally opened." At the same time, in the prison. Ha 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 ha. Bai Hong laughed loudly. His body was enveloped in a layer of world-piercing golden light as he smiled at Xiongzhan and said, "Let's go, follow me back." "You actually had a way." Xiongzhan was incomparably shocked, but he still hurriedly stood beside Bai Hong. "How would I dare to reincarnate into the lower world without a trump card?" Bai Hong sneered. "Looks like that Tao Lord is really fake. He can't stop us at all." "Oh!" At this moment, Kui Heng's voice suddenly sounded in their ears. Without any warning, he said with a smile, "Is that so?" "You, how did you do that? You, how did you do that?" Bai Hong shouted in horror and turned to look at Kui Heng in disbelief. However, at this moment, he still had a trace of hope in his heart. He thought to himself, "No, that's not right. What am I afraid of? I've already opened the passageway to the Saint Demon Heaven. Can I be stopped?" This kind of spiritual attraction was essentially the power of a Tao Lord. Even a Tao Lord of the same level would find it extremely difficult to block it when they were unprepared. In the current situation, only an existence whose strength far exceeded that of a Tao Lord could break through this teleportation power and forcefully keep him here. And it was unlikely that a Tao Lord even existed in the starry skies of the myriad worlds, let alone an expert who surpassed the Tao Lord realm. So it's impossible for me to be stopped. Bai Hong was certain in his heart, but what happened next almost frightened him out of his wits. Kui Heng raised his right hand and pointed at the sky. He casually swiped at the world-piercing golden light, and then it disappeared. It was like erasing a painting on the sand. It was as easy as blowing off dust. Plop! Xiongzhen collapsed to the ground with a pale face and dull eyes. He muttered, "I knew it. I knew it. It's impossible for us to escape. How is this possible? This is the Tao Lords." Bai Hong's eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost. He almost could not believe his eyes. At this moment, he felt a chill rush to his head. The excitement and joy in his heart were instantly extinguished, and he froze there. What kind of power was this? He could actually instantly form a world-piercing golden light with the power of a Tao Lord. Unbelievable. It was too incredible. Even if they were both Tao Lords, it was impossible for him to do it so easily. Who exactly was this person? Don't be surprised. Kui Heng smiled faintly and said to Bai Hong, "I even brought something for you from the sacred demon heaven." Then, he stretched out his right hand that had wiped away the golden light in front of Bai Hong. Then, a pure white light lit up in his palm. This is. When Bai Hong saw this white light, his eyes almost popped out. He trembled and was about to faint. "This is the other half of my soul?" Now, he was completely scared silly. He was shocked to the extreme. It turned out that the existence in front of him had not only closed the golden light, but also located his main body in the Saint Demon Heaven in such a short period of time and grabbed the half of his soul from his main body. How did he do that? How could he do such a bizarre thing? Could it be that the 9 Tao Lords of the Saint Demon Heaven had not discovered anything at all? Why did they let the other party do such a ridiculous thing so easily? What realm are you at? Bai Hong was about to cry. He also knelt on the ground and looked at Kui Heng with a pale face. "Why would a supreme figure like you deal with an ant like me?" "What deal? Aren't I helping you?" Kui Heng chuckled. At the same time, he flipped his palm and pressed the half of the soul into his body. He said in a low voice, "Fuse the soul well and organize your memories. I still have things to ask you." "Yes, thank you, exalted immortal." Bai Hong knelt on the ground and thanked him. At this moment, he really wanted to cry but had no tears. The other party actually said that he was helping him. Do I still have to thank him? Boom. At this moment, the sky that had just regained its calm exploded with a loud bang. Golden spatial cracks appeared in the sky, interweaving densely. Golden light seeped out of these cracks, and the Tao runes of another world appeared in the sky of the heavenly void world again. "It's the Saint Demon Heaven." Bai Hong immediately looked up in excitement. "I knew that the Tao Lords wouldn't let this person do as he please." Kui Heng also looked up at the sky in surprise. He looked at the golden light that burst out of the spatial crack and raised his eyebrows. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly as he smiled. How interesting. The duck that was released actually flew back into the pot. Actually, when Kui Heng sealed the world-piercing golden light that led to the Saint Demon Heaven just now, he could completely display the power of his dharmic powers and investigate the situation inside. However, out of caution, he did not do that. He silently took out the other half of Bai Hong's soul and sealed the world-piercing golden light. In a sense, this was letting the demons of the sacred demon heaven live. However, he did not expect that the people from the sacred demon heavens seemed to be very dissatisfied with Kui Heng's actions. They actually took the initiative to open the world-piercing golden light, as if they wanted to do something. This really surprised Kui Heng. Sacred demon heavens, White Phoenix Palace. This was one of the 9 sacred palaces of the sacred demon heavens. It was snow-white in color and looked like a snow-white phoenix, as if it was about to flap its wings and fly at any time. One of the 9 demon lords, Demon Lord White Phoenix, lived here. The cultivation realms of the demon race were slightly different from the human martial path, but generally speaking, they could still be included in the 21 realms of the immortal and mortal worlds. The so-called Demon Lord actually corresponded to the Tao Lord of the peak of the 7th realm of the immortal world. However, The term Demon Lord did not just represent the cultivation realm. It also represented the status of the head of a clan. Demon Lord White Phoenix was the master of all the bird demons in the sacred demon heavens. All the bird demons respected him as their master. In his White Phoenix palace, there were even many bird divine beasts that had transformed into demon gods. By Fang, Green Phoenix, Fire Phoenix, and so on. When a divine beast became a demon, its strength was far stronger than ordinary demons. Be it in terms of physical strength or nomological control, it was stronger. The White Phoenix Palace had gathered many divine beasts and could be said to be powerful. Even in the entire Saint Demon Heaven, they were a strong faction and could be ranked in the top 3. Moreover, Demon Lord White Phoenix was good at hiding and doing things in the most mysterious manner. Almost no one could find his whereabouts. He could be said to be the most mysterious and dangerous demon lord in the sacred demon heavens. Therefore, almost no one would take the initiative to provoke him. Therefore, in the past years, White Phoenix Palace had always been one of the safest and most peaceful places in the Saint Demon Heaven. In the eyes of the outside world, Demon Lord White Phoenix was mysterious and dangerous, but in the eyes of the birds and the many demon gods in the White Palace, Demon Lord White Phoenix was easygoing and amiable. They had rarely seen Demon Lord White Phoenix angry, let alone when he was furious and almost lost his mind. This time, they saw it. ****. How can there be such a thing? You're courting death. An incomparably furious roar came from White Phoenix Palace. The anger that was filled with ruthlessness surged over like a volcano eruption. At the same time, incomparably powerful Dao runes spread out. The void around White Phoenix Palace distorted from the impact, and countless blurry lights and shadows appeared. The ground trembled violently, and cracks quickly spread out. In the blink of an eye, they intertwined into a huge net, and holes suddenly appeared in the sky. Endless astral winds blew down, filled with an aura of destruction. This sudden roar made all the living beings around White Phoenix Palace feel endless fear. From ordinary demons to demon kings comparable to the sage kings of the human race, they were all trembling in fear and did not dare to show their faces. Many demon gods in the White Phoenix Palace flew out and looked at their surroundings in shock. What's going on? Why is the Demon Lord so angry? I've never seen such a scene before. What happened? Could it be that the Azure Dragon Palace? Impossible. That old dragon would never have the guts to take the initiative to provoke Lord Demon Master. These demon gods were all experts at the creator level, and they had the bodies of divine beasts. Their strength far exceeded ordinary demons of the same level. However, in front of the aura released by Demon Lord White Phoenix, they were still terrified. They felt like small boats floating in the sea. Any wave could overturn them. Although demon lords and demon gods were both at the 7th realm, the difference between the two was indescribable. There was almost no comparison. Moreover, the sudden anger of Demon Lord White Phoenix not only shocked the many demon gods in White Phoenix Palace, but also alarmed the other demon lords in the Saint Demon Heaven. Many gazes came from afar and landed near White Phoenix Palace. At this moment, a snow-white pure sword light suddenly burst out from the White Phoenix Palace and soared into the sky. In an instant, it cut open a long golden river of light in the sky above the sacred demon heaven. This sudden scene surprised the gazes that crossed the void. Wills communicated out of thin air. World-piercing golden light? What is this white-haired old man doing? I understand. Previously, I heard that this old white-haired fellow found a strange world in the Broken Realm Sea and wanted to annex it. Now, could it have failed? I don't think so. Our demon lord can't directly cross the border to attack. At most, he can use the connection to guide living beings over. He most likely wants to bring someone back. But if that's the case, he shouldn't be so angry. It's probably some trouble. However, how can anyone in the Broken Realm Sea stop this old white-haired man? Could there be a human Dao Lord? Indeed, this doesn't make sense. Wait, this feeling. Look at the sky. What is that? What is this? The wills that were communicating suddenly became shocked and could not help but look at the world-piercing golden light in the sky. Then, their bodies, which were thousands of kilometers away, could not help but tremble. They felt their minds buzz, and fear filled their bodies. It was a gaze that directly covered the world-piercing golden light, as if it came from an endless height, as if it came from the end of everything. It contained a huge pressure that they could not understand at all, and was extremely terrifying. 1. Even though they only met this gaze, these demon lords felt that they almost died on the spot. What kind of existence was this? How could there be such a terrifying existence in the world? Just a gaze could beam these demon lords to death. This was unbelievable. Boom. At this moment, a loud bang suddenly exploded, instantly spreading throughout the entire sacred demon realm. The sky instantly turned blood-red, and dense blood rain poured down. At this moment, all the demon lords and demon gods in the Saint Demon Heaven could not help but shiver. They looked at the sudden rain of blood with stunned expressions and felt their limbs turn cold and their bodies tremble. Heaven wept blood. A demon lord had died. That direction was White Phoenix Palace. The appearance of this sudden phenomenon caused the entire sacred demon realm to fall into silence. The appearance of this sudden phenomenon caused the entire sacred demon realm to fall into silence. Whether it was the demons who had just awakened their intelligence or the demon lords who suppressed an area, they all looked at the sky in shock and almost could not believe their eyes. The heavens wept blood, and a demon lord died. When was the last time such a phenomenon appeared? 100,000 years ago, 200,000 years ago, or was it 300,000 years ago? Perhaps it was so long ago that it was impossible to investigate. This was a demon lord. After cultivating intrinsic divine power to a level close to the true laws, one could directly affect the laws of the great Tao. A demon lord was a great existence that was comparable to the Tao master of the human race. He suddenly died just like that. How could such a thing happen? This was too ridiculous. To most of the living beings in the sacred demon realm, demon lords were synonymous with omnipotence. They could create things out of thin air and create living beings. The existence of a single demon lord was equivalent to the existence of a clan. Their lifespan was extremely long. However, this phenomenon of death was information that was deeply imprinted in the souls of all the demons. Even the most basic demons knew very well what this meant. As long as a phenomenon of death appeared, a demon lord would definitely die. There was no doubt about that. Hence, after the initial shock, the sacred demon heaven fell into endless fear. It lost order and became chaotic. Especially the 8 demon lords. Just now, they had exchanged glances with that gaze. At that time, they had a feeling that if they looked any longer, they would die on the spot. However, feelings were just feelings after all. Under extreme shock and fear, certain senses could be magnified. No matter what, no one expected that a demon lord had really been stared to death. Moreover, the one who died was Demon Lord White Phoenix, who was famous for his mysterious abilities. This made them even more horrified. Demon Lord White Phoenix's overall strength could be ranked in the top 3 among the 9 demon lords, and his ability to protect his life was top-notch among his peers. Now, he was actually stared to death. What was even more ridiculous was that this gaze had come from another world. It came through the world-piercing golden light opened by Demon Lord White Phoenix. After crossing such a large distance, it must have been weakened. Yet, it actually had such terrifying power. It was simply unbelievable. What kind of existence could have such terrifying power? What kind of realm was this? 8th realm of the immortal world, or 9th realm? How did such an existence appear outside the heavens? Ever since the disappearance of the heaven realm, even the existence of a 8th realm cultivator had become a legend. Facing this huge crisis, the 8 demon lord hurriedly circulated their divine senses and communicated in the void to discuss countermeasures. We have to make the attitude of our sacred demon realm clear and cut the relationship between that old bird and us. Otherwise, the entire sacred demon heavens will be finished. That's right. We have to make our attitude clear. It's all that old bird's fault for acting recklessly. It has nothing to do with us. Exalted Immortal, please don't blame us. You're thinking too simply. From our perspective, this is that old bird offending a big shot. But in the eyes of this big shot, he might think that our sacred demon realm is disrespectful. What should we do? What should we do to dispel this big shot's anger? Damn it, if that old bird by foam wants to die, he can go herself. Why must he drag the entire sacred demon realm down with him? Calm down, we have to calm down. The owner of this gaze is very likely an existence standing at the peak of the ninth realm. We have to handle this matter well, or we'll really be finished. What can we handle? How can we handle it? In my opinion, we should immediately take out our demon souls and go to the sky without any precautions. We should kneel down to this great existence and acknowledge him as our master. This is the only way out. Isn't this destroying the freedom that our demon race's ancestors fought for with great difficulty? However, the crisis this time is indeed too serious. It seems that this is the only way. That's true. After all, we're demon lords. We are not just protecting ourselves, but we're also protecting the entire race. For the sake of the sacred demon realm and our race, so what if we kneel? At this moment, the thoughts of the 8 demon lords were surprisingly unified. They had reached an unprecedented consensus on one thing. They would kneel and acknowledge the expert as their master in order to survive. This was the solution they had thought of. Facing a supreme existence who might be a ninth realm expert, this was the only feasible method. When the other party's realm was too high, any schemes, tricks, or thoughts were meaningless. It was even courting death. They might as well directly express their thoughts. Heavenly Void World, Great Jew Imperial City. Kui Heng was also stunned. It could even be said that he was a little surprised. He muttered, "How can this guy be so fragile? He's like a porcelain doll that shatters with a touch." Actually, he really did not want to kill Demon Lord White Phoenix. After all, he did not intend to enter any heavenly domain before reaching the soul formation realm. Killing such a demon lord and collecting the various treasures and books left behind would not have any substantial benefits for him. Kui Heng's original plan was to release some soul pressure to create some pressure on the demon lord. Then, he would take advantage of the existence of the world-piercing golden light to obtain some information about the sacred demon heaven. That was all. Unexpectedly, there was a small accident in the actual process. Through Bai Hong's description earlier, Kui Heng had already treated the demon lord as a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator. Therefore, the soul pressure he released could cause a greater pressure on a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator. Moreover, because the nascent soul true spirit was indestructible, even a soul formation cultivator could not destroy it, so the pressure he released was slightly stronger. Unexpectedly, although the demon lord had the characteristics of a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator and was slightly weaker than a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator, they were not on the same level at all. Not to mention possessing an indestructible true spirit, even his soul was not strong enough. The moment it came into contact with Kui Heng's soul pressure, Demon Lord White Phoenix's soul did not even react. It exploded into countless pieces on the spot. Then, the power of the demon body went berserk as his soul was destroyed and exploded. A demon lord of a generation died just like that. At this moment, Bai Hong, who was beside Kui Heng, was stunned again. He was still excited about Demon Lord White Phoenix activating the world-piercing golden light again. However, in an instant, his heart fell to rock bottom. As a member of the tribe under White Phoenix Demon Lord, Bai Hong had a sense of the White Phoenix Demon Lord's situation. At the same time that Demon Lord White Phoenix exploded, he felt a splitting headache and an inexplicable sense of sorrow filled his heart. Lord Demon died. Bai Hong said in a daze, almost unable to believe this fact. That was a demon lord. How did he suddenly die? At this moment, Xiong Zhen, who was still comforting himself, suddenly heard Bai Hong's words. He was stunned for a moment before his eyes rolled back and he fainted from fear. He also knew what it meant to be a demon lord and what the death of a demon lord meant. How can this be? How can this be? Bai Hong kept shaking his head and muttering to himself. At this moment, he had already fallen into deep self-doubt. In Bai Hong's understanding, demon lords were top existences in the myriad worlds. The higher-level 8th and 9th realm cultivators had become legends in the sacred demon realm long ago. How could a random person he encountered in the Broken Realm Sea actually kill a demon lord? How could that be? He could not understand it at all. Actually, this was just an accident. Kui Heng shook his head gently and was about to retract his gaze from the sacred demon heavens. He did not intend to explore further. This was to prevent alerting those powerful figures. After all, the sacred demon realm also had 9th realm powerhouses in the past. No one could guarantee that there were no hidden old monsters. In any case, after this encounter, he had already grasped the coordinates of the sacred demon heaven. After he reached the soul formation realm, he could directly go over to investigate the situation. There was no hurry. Safety was the most important thing. But at this moment, 8 different lights suddenly condensed in the world-piercing golden light in the sky. There were dragons, killins, trees, flowers, souls. Kui Heng saw through the essence of these lights at a glance and frowned. Could it be that they plan to avenge that demon lord? They want to join forces and fight to the death. If that was the case, the sacred demon realm was really united. He should be more ruthless. However, just as Kui Heng was hesitating about whether to destroy these souls, the lights and shadows suddenly emitted information that represented submission. Greetings, exalted immortal. We beg to acknowledge you as our master and lead the entire sacred demon heaven to submit to you. They submitted just like that. They submitted just like that. Kui Heng could not help but be stunned. Before he could attack, these 8 demon masters had actually surrendered. Fa Country's demon lord? Beside him, Bai Hong was completely numb. He only stared at the sky in a daze. His mind was already blank, and he had completely given up on thinking. In the Great Ju Imperial Palace, Li Mingqiong looked at the 8 demon lords in surprise. She could clearly feel that these light shadows were very powerful. However, she did not know what had happened in the sacred demon realm. When she saw this scene, she could not help but exclaim in her heart, so there's really such a thing as kneeling and acknowledging a master the moment they meet. Master is too powerful. Actually, at this moment, not only did the people of the Great Ju Imperial City see 8 incomparably powerful existences kneeling in the sky, but everyone in the heavenly void world also saw it very clearly. This was because the heavens had the characteristic of naturally affecting the operation of the laws of the lower world. The scene of the 8 demon lords recognizing Kui Heng as their master through the world-piercing golden light would also affect phenomenons through this. Although the scene of them kneeling was not enough to spread throughout the starry sky, it was enough for everyone in the heavenly void world to see. It even passed through the alternate space and was reflected in the eyes of countless living beings in the various realms and starry sky. Of course, most of these living beings could not understand the concept of the demon lord realm. They only felt that they were in an indescribable illusion. It was as if 8 incomparably powerful existences were submitting to a supreme figure. They would not know what had happened. Even so, the 8 demon masters were under immense psychological pressure. Which one of them wasn't a mighty lord who dominated an area in the sacred demon realm? Which one of them wasn't an expert whose name shook the heavens? Now, they had to acknowledge a master under the gazes of countless living beings. But they had no choice. This was their only chance to live. At this moment, Kui Heng was also examining them. Facing the recognition of the 8 demon lords, he did not answer immediately. Instead, he began to think. A moment later, Kui Heng suddenly shook his head and said to the 8 demon lords, "Your cultivation levels are not ordinary. It's not appropriate for you to become my disciples. Please go back." Indeed, taking in these demon lords was somewhat beneficial to him. For example, when he went to the sacred demon heaven to explore in the future, he could easily obtain a lot of information and save a lot of trouble. But in reality, this deal was a little disadvantageous. Kui Heng had always been a responsible person. If he accepted a follower, he would usually give them some benefits. With his current cultivation realm, even if something casually leaked out from his fingers, it was enough for these demon lords to enjoy for a long time. From all aspects, to these demon lords, Acknowledging Kui Heng as their master was an incomparably good deal. It could even be said to be a huge opportunity. However, all Kui Heng could obtain from them was some information about the sacred demon realm. He could totally get these demon masters to hand over this information now. There was no need to accept them as his disciples. Rejecting them was the best course of action. The 8 demon lords panicked again. In their opinion, because of Demon Lord White Phoenix's actions, the sacred demon heaven must have completely offended this supreme existence. They had to completely submit in order to have a chance of survival. Acknowledging a master meant that they were willing to submit. If the other party did not accept them as his disciples, it would mean that they would definitely die. Therefore, after Kui Heng rejected them, the 8 demon lords were all frightened out of their wits. They thought that Kui Heng had no intention of forgiving them at all and wanted to kill them or even destroy the sacred demon heaven. What should we do? What should we do now? How would I know? Why wouldn't this supreme existence accept us? Could it be that this supreme existence is determined to destroy the sacred demon heaven? The 8 demon lords were burning with anxiety, but there was nothing they could do. They could only continue to maintain a respectful posture, hoping to express their determination to submit and move Kui Heng. But this was useless. Seeing that they did not leave, Kui Heng said again, "You don't have to acknowledge me as your master. Go." As soon as these words were spoken, the hearts of the 8 demon lords turned cold. In their opinion, Kui Heng meant for them to return to the sacred demon realm and wait for death. Why? Why didn't the other party accept them? The 8 demon lords' minds were filled with doubts. At this moment, one of the demon lords suddenly realized something and his eyes lit up. His soul was in the form of an azure dragon. He sent a message with his will with extreme respect, "Exalted Immortal, this little dragon is the lord of the endless sea region of the sacred demon heaven. My main body is an azure dragon divine beast. I don't seek to acknowledge Exalted Immortal as my master. I only hope to pull your carriage for you." As soon as this message was sent, the other demon lords immediately understood where their problem lay. It was not that this supreme existence was unwilling to accept them as his disciples, but he felt that they were not worthy of being his disciples. On careful thought, it was not wrong. The gap in power between the peak of the 7th realm and the 9th realm was very wide. How was it different from ants wanting to acknowledge an ancient ferocious beast as their master? The first to react was a demon lord in the form of a Cheline. His will information followed closely behind. "Exalted Immortal, my main body is a Cheline. I don't seek to acknowledge you as my master now. I only want to be your mount." The actions of these 2 demon lords stunned the other 6 demon lords. They hurriedly followed suit, and their requirements were each lower than the other. The actions of these 2 demon lords stunned the other 6 demon lords. They hurriedly followed suit, and their requirements were each lower than the other. "Exalted Immortal, my main body is the purple chi longevity flower. I don't want to acknowledge you as my master. I just want to be a potted plant beside you so that you can enjoy it. Exalted Immortal, my main body is a black tortoise. Exalted Immortal, my main body is a divine tree. My branches and leaves have the ability to connect to all worlds. I'm willing to offer my main body to you as a material for refining treasures. I only hope that Exalted Immortal can leave my soul alive." Good Lord! Each of them was more ruthless than the other. The most ruthless one even wanted to use his main body as a bargaining chip. After Kui Heng heard the promises of these demon lords, he could not help but be a little stunned. These demons were really scared too deeply. It was a little ridiculous. Unfortunately, these were still not attractive to him, and they were of no value to him. There's no need. Kui Heng shook his head gently and said to the 8 demon lords, "Everyone, please return." The 8 demon lords felt a chill run down their spines. They were definitely going to die. "Exalted Immortal, we." The 8 demon lords wanted to continue begging, but Kui Heng stopped them. "Actually, I have no intention of destroying you. You don't have to be too afraid." Kui Heng explained directly and said, "Leave behind your inheritance and books and you can return. As soon as he finished speaking, the 8 demon lords revealed ecstatic expressions, as if they had been pardoned. They even felt their demon spirit and soul become lighter. They were saved. They could finally survive. This feeling of surviving a calamity was too wonderful. At this moment, they felt that Kui Heng, this supreme being, was really benevolent and kind. He actually left their lives behind and did not completely destroy them. They were too lucky. After provoking a supreme existence suspected to be at the 9th realm of the immortal realm, they actually survived. If it was the ancient times recorded in the books, once one offended a supreme existence of the 9th realm, they would definitely die. Now, they had actually survived, and the price they had to pay was only some books. Hence, after the 8 demon lords learned of Kui Heng's needs, they immediately imprinted all the books they had seen in their memories, wishing they could record them all in an instant. They were afraid that Kui Heng would change his mind. Their working speed was indeed extremely efficient. Moreover, Kui Heng had personally used his soul to organize these books, so the 8 demon lords quickly completed their mission and hurriedly fled back to the sacred demon realm. At the same time, they closed the world-piercing golden light. They did not want to stay in this extremely terrifying place for any longer. The heavenly void world also returned to calm. Kui Heng was satisfied after sensing the books he had recorded. This was the core inheritance of a heaven domain. Perhaps he could take this opportunity to completely complete the cultivation of the peak of the nascent soul realm. What a great harvest! Moreover, it was a great harvest that was delivered to his door. He could not wait to read these books. However, before leaving this prison, he still had 2 people to deal with: the completely numb Bai Hong and the unconscious Xiong Zhen. Should I kill them? Kui Heng thought for a moment and shook his head. Forget it, let's leave them to that person with a miserable fate. At this moment, Zhong Yangcheng was in the capital. Leaving it to him to end these 2 was undoubtedly the most suitable. Zhong Yangcheng and Yang Luo watched the entire scene of the 8 demon lords of the sacred demon realm requesting to acknowledge Kui Heng as their master. Although they did not know the purpose of the 8 demon lords appearing, they could clearly feel their respectful attitude and their intention to acknowledge a supreme existence as their master. This gave the 2 of them a huge mental impact. However, the 2 of them felt different emotions. Zhong Yangcheng was shocked that the people of this world were actually so powerful that even those incomparably powerful demons had to submit. Yang Luo sat on the ground with a complicated expression and stared blankly at the sky, thinking about something. She was actually not a human. Instead, she was a demon who had reincarnated from the sacred demon heaven like Bai Hong and Xiong Zhen. However, she was even weaker than Xiong Zhen. In her previous life, she was only an ordinary limitless golden immortal. Since her reincarnation, she had long forgotten about her previous life. It was Bai Hong who had forced her to remember. This was also the reason why she secretly helped Bai Hong and Xiong Zhen. However, in the depths of Yang Luo's heart, she still treated herself as a human. As a human, her entire family had been killed by demons, and she had lost her originally perfect family. She hated the demons to the bone and sincerely wanted to help Zhong Yangcheng eliminate all the demons and save the world. However, Yang Luo's demon memories had been telling her that she should help the sacred demon realm. Otherwise, if the demon lord meted out punishment, everyone would be consigned to eternal damnation. Zhong Yangcheng was naturally among them. Therefore, her thoughts and actions had always been very contradictory. At times, she would side with Zhong Yangcheng, and at other times, she would help the sacred demon heaven. She was extremely conflicted. But now, the attitude of the demon lords made her feel confused. The supreme demon lords in her memories actually submitted directly. What kind of place was this new world? A stronger heaven domain? Moreover, now that even the demon lords had submitted, what should she do? To the sacred demon realm, I'm no longer of value. I also betrayed senior brother and have no face to see him now. Yang Luo's eyes were lifeless as 2 streams of tears flowed down slowly. Junior sister, are you there? At this moment, Zhong Yancheng's voice suddenly came from outside. Senior brother, Yang Luo immediately came back to her senses, but for a moment, she did not know how to face Zhong Yangcheng. Junior sister, it's good that you're fine. Zhong Yangcheng acted as if he didn't know anything. He stood outside the door and said to Yang Luo, Junior sister, I just received an invitation from the Great Zhu Imperial Court. They want me to be a real demon slayer for once. Demon slayer? Yang Luo was stunned. Yes. Zhong Yancheng's voice carried a hint of a smile. The demon emperor has been captured. He will be executed tomorrow. The Great Zhu Imperial Court wants me to be the demon slayer. Junior sister, come with me. 1. You're going to execute the demon emperor? Yang Luo's delicate body trembled slightly when she heard this. I can go. Of course. Zhong Yangcheng laughed loudly and said, You're my junior sister. We found the demon-slaying sword together and agreed to save the world together. Now that we've arrived at a new world and the demons have been wiped out by the immortal, everything will be over after I kill the demon emperor. We can start a new life afterward. A new life. Yang Luo finally couldn't help but cry. Yes, yes, senior brother, let's go together. We still have a new life in the future. After the demon emperor Bai Hong was killed by Zhong Yangcheng, the heavenly void world finally completely fused with that small world. This was also the reason why Kui Heng asked Zhong Yangcheng to end Bai Hong's life. As the child of destiny of that small world, if Zhong Yangcheng did not completely integrate into the life of the heavenly void world, the merger of the two worlds would not be perfect. At the same time that the two worlds perfectly fused, the Great Zhu dynasty under Li Mingqiang's rule also soared. Her cultivation realm immediately broke through. Her soul golden core was sublimated and condensed into a palace that symbolizes the path of the country's luck. Li Mingqiang called it the Divine Court. In terms of divine power, it was far stronger than a Tao body that cultivated a single law. Moreover, it possessed an undying true spirit. This was already equivalent to a different kind of nascent soul. Li Mingqiang's breakthrough also made the order of the Great Zhu dynasty more stable and safe. Kui Heng naturally received feedback and took another step forward on the path to the soul formation realm. What he needed to do now was to complete the cultivation of the peak of the nascent soul realm as soon as possible so that he could focus on the path of the soul formation realm. Hence, after helping Li Mingqiang consolidate her new cultivation realm, Kui Heng announced that he wanted to enter seclusion for a period of time and focus on studying the books he had obtained from the demon lords. These books contained information about the sacred demon heaven, and it was also the highest level of information Kui Heng had come into contact with since he transmigrated. Perhaps it would involve the deep secrets of this world. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.